Yo. Alright, I posted on Instagram. So hopefully people will freaking see it, man. Alright, let me get this twist of history link pinned. New history podcast episode. Poppy? Hola, Poppy. What's up, dudes? What are you guys doing? Drippy, scrippy. Baby Daddy Joel. Guys, I've owed over $250,000 in child support this last year. So I'm going to need 10,000 new members by the end of tonight, or I can't afford to feed my many illegitimate children. Nick Cannon. I can't stop fucking sticking my wiener everywhere. How many kids does he have? He's got more than Elon Musk. Repopulating the Earth before the extinction event. It's more than one baby mama. They all think I work at McDonald's, so you can imagine how many that adds up to. I'm just kidding. I'm literally a Redditor. Childless and happy, minus my kitty cat. No, we'll get there. Well, one of these days we'll have a baby mama. Don't you worry. I'll let you guys know, though. I'll do a GoFundMe. I'll do a GoFundMe for a person to kidnap her and take her to South America. Hey guys, I'm trying to raise money for a hitman. JK. In Minecraft. JK. Your Honor, I was just joshing. Elon M. Can't get enough ketamine. I bet he does not have nerve pain either. Yeah, he might be floating all damn day, bro. Mercury has just gone retrograde today. No! No, that's not good. That's not good, folks. Not good, folks. Mercury's in retrograde. You know what that means. Don't sign any contracts if you're a Gemini. If you're a Gemini, you'll wait. Would you do another stream playing horror games? I hope so. Hopefully at some point. I love putting Mercury in my Gatorade. It's so delicious. Put that with the creatine. Amy, thank you for the gifter to Astrid. Welcome, Astrid. And Alex Love, welcome back for 48 months. That's 4 years. Hello, I hope you're doing well. I've unlocked a new picture by your name. You did. That's insane. Any burritos lately? Not as of late. Well, I'm sure there was one here and there, but I'm trying to go for a 48-hour fast. We'll see what happens. Hopefully Diet Dr. Pepper doesn't interfere with it. But I didn't eat today, and the plan is to not eat tomorrow. And we're going to see how we feel. Don't do this at home, folks. Especially when Mercury is in your fucking Gatorade. Your zero sugar Gatorade, yeah. I'm literally doing the 13th tenet by Liver King and sunning my asshole every morning. He says that's where he gets all of his gains. at 55 years old. That and crack rock. Doom, 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 doom. F3-2B, thank you for the 3 buccarinis. Thank you, thank you. Mercury in retrograde, gonna keep away from my ex then. Guys, the ambiguous, open-ended space gods have spoken, and they made a specific calendar that tells you exactly how you should act. Is Mercury on my ex is evading the popo for his arrest warrant for domestic violence? Yeah, everything can be explained based on magic from the stars. And none of it is insane. None of it's insane. All of it makes sense. Amy! With the 9 months. Looks like I'm a Let's Read baby officially now, even though I've been here for well over a year. It is strange how it doesn't quite get it, doesn't quite get it right, but thank you so much, Amy. Thank you. Gravitational pull, my guy. Your Honor, the reason I evaded the popo related to domestic violence was gravitational pull. So if you excuse me, I've got a seance to get to. What's up, Maddie? Welcome. Miss Cookie. Cupcake Ninja. We got cookie and cupcakes. All the sweet treats here for us to eat. Boom. Boom, boom. I love astrology, but not as simple as you think. Explain it. You're up. Explain it. You're in the hot seat. Tell me how it works. And it can't just be faith, because then you're just Zoroastrianism with extra steps. The Warriors is on. What's that? Been listening tonight for years. Thank you, Matt. Good to see you, dude. And Amy, thank you for the gift or two. Not Jackie Chan. The complete opposite of Chan's. Do I believe in ghosts? Honestly, probably a little bit more than I believe in astrology. Well, actually, probably a lot a bit more. I don't know, dude. I'm not really sure. I definitely feel like dark energies and dark spiritual beasts, creatures. The stars are just not aligned for him to face consequences right now. True. Sounds like you gotta go do it yourself. Give him a absolute spanking. Joel, you have given me work company for months. You're welcome. It's good to see you. Indigenous. I'm indigenous to this house because I haven't touched grass in months. But I can hear the wind talking to me. It might be Pradeep, though, telling me that he wants fed. I speak to the animals. Nat! Thank you for the 1, my friend. Tanzania. Yeah. What's the scary word of the day? Probably, Boombaklat! It's just everyone like, that was last week's word. Well, too bad. It's still really scary. What's up, Ollie? Me boomba! What else is new? Anything cool, guys? Have we broken free of the Matrix yet? Or are we still stuck in it, being guided ever so along a certain path? Hey, Joni, what's up? Isn't it kind of weird to think that there's just like 5 or 6 people that just get to decide the fate of the entire world? You escaped. I need everyone to escape the Matrix. Did someone say they're breaking free of the Matrix here? Did someone say? Derek, what's up, broski? I don't know why. It kind of smells like... Why is it... Oh, that smells weird. Oh, it smells like old corn. Not like a fart, but like something in this cup. Just breathing in mold there. Jesus Christ. Set that over there for Pradeep. I just had skin cancer removed from my face. I now have a badass scar. Dang, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you got it addressed, though. I mean, it should be able to heal, right? You just kind of, you're supposed to use like Aquifer or something like that to help enhance its healing and hopefully keep the healing aspects away from the sun or something. What's up, Zella? Is it Up Dog? Yeah, I was sniffing some real Up Dog in there, but it's crazy. It was actually from like old cocoa tea. One of my old cocoa teas that I hadn't touched probably for over a week. I just, you like forget about it because you just think that there's usually water in those cups, but that was not water. That was fucking... It was starting to call me daddy. Turning an urn for my guy and listening to you. Life sucks, but it's good at the same time. It's true. 'Tis the cycle, the ups and downs of the ebb and flow of existence. I'm looking for a decent SUV for the family. Any suggestions? Decent SUV for the fam. Excuse me. SUV for the family. What's a good SUV for the family? Maybe you could get like a bus, like a little bus. The Kia EV9, the Subaru Outback, the Honda CR-V, the Toyota Grand Highlander Hybrid, BMW X7, BMW X5, the Toyota RAV4 Prime, the Hyundai Palisade, Genesis GV80, the Short Bus. What's top of scary stories tonight? We got home invaders up in this B. You thought it was an ad? That's funny. See, wouldn't that be so good? So heckin' good at doing ads. My friend Gabe Owners recommended me to watch this channel. Well, welcome. Tell Gabe Owners. Your home has been invaded. Anal invaders. It's kind of funny that... Oh, Gabe Own. Oh, okay, Gabe Owners. That took me a second. We love Gabe Owners on this channel. Would I invade you? Yeah, I'm coming to your home. He did get me, but I will find where he lives, and I will home invade his Gabe boner. I love you too, bro. Good to see ya. Oh man, should we kick it off? Should we get right to it? I feel like this little intro went a little quick, but might as well read something, shall we? Before we all get a big Gabe owner. Bing 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 bong. Bing 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 bong bong. Bing 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 bong. Looking at that board, I'm thinking it's being held up by some fans and being pushed forward with a small jet engine. I think so too, dude. When is Mercury out of retrograde? Mercury leaves retrograde on August 11th, I mean, how many goddamn times does it have to go into retrograde? I thought we were already out of it. I thought it was every 1,000 years. Damn, August 11th's a long time. Mercury in the microwave. Been listening to you for 5 years. It's so weird hearing your voice live for the first time. Welcome. Yeah. You will now hear the magic. You are now witnessing a master at work. I know, it's always fucking retrograding. Hey Tyler, thank you dude. Good to see you. I'm a woman in my 20s, and this happened to me a few years ago, and it still gives me chills to think about. It's kind of ridiculous, and I can look back on it with friends and laugh now, but it was absolutely heart-wrenching at the time. It started when I was walking home from work one summer evening. My car was in the shop, and I didn't want to take the bus because I can't stand the smells. It's kind of a running joke with my loved ones. I have an incredibly sensitive nose, and I get bothered by smells pretty easily. And that's how I first became alerted to the guy following me. I could smell the strong scent of dead fish. At this point, I'd walked a couple of blocks, and this foul, lingering scent was persistent. At first, I assumed it was the area. I lived in a coastal town where fishing is a core aspect of our commerce, so the smells associated with fishing aren't uncommon. They weren't usually around my area of the town, though, because why would I choose to live in an area that stank of fish when I have a sensitive nose? So it was a bit unusual for it to reek this bad, and that's when I wondered if it was someone, not something, who was serving as that source of the smell. And since I was alone, I didn't want to attract anyone's attention, so I ducked into a nearby Gatorade in the microwave. What are you doing different on the Saturn Soul channel? Voices way deeper. You know, it might just be going like way back or something like that, but I don't know. Unless they like bass boosted or something on the editing. Currently dyeing your hair. Nice, dude. Dye it. Gonna dye it blue. Blue/purple. Since I was alone, I didn't want to attract anyone's attention, so I ducked into a nearby alcove and pretended to check my phone while scanning my surroundings. There was a man, about 30 feet behind me. He caught my eye because he was stumbling along, not drunk as such, but almost like he had a limp. And then when I stopped, he quickly found a reason to stop too, pausing at a bench to tie his shoelace. I'm not normally the type of person to assume I'm the center of attention, but it was so obvious to me that this guy was following me, and so I tested it out, moving along the street some and then stopping to check my phone. And sure enough, every time I stopped, he would stop too. A few more times and I was certain this guy was following me. He kind of looked disheveled, and I noticed he was wearing a waterproof fishing coat, even though it was a very warm day. He had a scraggly black beard, a beanie cap, and he was carrying a huge brown fabric bag. I could see wetness soaking through the bottom of that bag, and I figured that was where the smell of the fish was coming from. And it seemed like he had his catch for the day, and maybe he wanted to add me to the net. Gross. I was only a block or two from my home now. I hurried along. Panic was building up inside of me about what I should do when I get home. There was nowhere else. Lying in bed sore after the gym and a McD's, drinking a combo protein, fiber, creatine, and laxative shake while farting in bed. They sound nasty. Hell yeah, dude. You got everything you need for the week in one drink. Hopefully the bed has a built-in toilet. Puberty at 35. That'd be insane. I wonder if that's even possible. There was nowhere else nearby that I could go, which meant that he'd seen the apartment where I lived. Nothing. I was only a block or two from home now, and so I hurried, and there was this panic building up inside me about what I'd do when I got home. There was nowhere else nearby that I could go, which meant that he'd see the apartment where I lived. Well, no big deal, I figured. Either I hung around and he potentially caught me, or... Wait, what the hell, man? Oh, Culebra, what's up, dude? Not much I can do, I figured. Either I hung around and he potentially caught me, or I darted inside my 3-story apartment and locked the front door behind me. And so that's what I did. And then I watched through the front window, hidden out of sight, while the guy kind of lingered outside for a while before scurrying off. He looked lost and confused, and I wondered if maybe I'd been imagining it after all, or there had been some innocuous explanation for the following. Regardless, I informed the building superintendent, who I got along with pretty well, about my concerns, and he assured me that there was no way any weird men stinking of fish were getting into the apartments. And relieved, I went upstairs to my second-floor apartment and just forgot about all that incident. Oops. Unless I can take off my skin and sew it into a jacket, then put it back on. What are we talking about? You guys are taking off your skin. You are reptilians. What's up, Aeon? Do 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 do. Oh, man. You've worked for lawyers, absolutely rude people. Yeah, it seems like a pretty terrible just thing to get into, being a lawyer. Unless you have like something where it's like, I don't even know, something very technical you can just like hash out. The idea of like being in court and having to have everything, I don't even know, it just seems rough. How's the new channel coming along? It's okay, but unless I like specifically go out of my way to like promote the new video, it seems like nobody just like organically watches it. So Saturn Soul, I don't know if it's because I release like bi-weekly, so like, you know, one day 1,100 views, not great, but I kind of just need to do promos for when new videos come out. And hey Maddie, take care, dude. I don't know. I'm hoping that there's like some aspect of the algorithm will essentially pick up a video and then start to see it like gather a large amount of views. I don't exactly know how that's going to occur. I don't know. Like a part of me is a little bit afraid of like getting a large sum of like subscribers right out the gate, and then like because those subscribers aren't clicking on it, it like tells YouTube that people aren't interested or something. I don't know. I have no idea. If they ever get into chases, police chases are my new hyperfixation. They laughed at me and said all the time, we just aren't allowed to post them. Oh, okay. Got this, Joey. Use those trendy hashtags. And I don't know. I don't really think the hashtags do much. I mean, it's all that really it picks up on. Basically, the only thing that really matters with the video is its like title and thumbnail, and whether like people watch it. You know what I mean? So it's like you need a good title and thumbnail to pull people in, but then it just basically has to like match what they expect once they get in, or at least get them to stick around long enough to be like relatively interested. Nana0312, welcome to the Buttersuck. Oh, you now have access to bonus content. Yeah, the thumbnails are, all the editing and everything's really top notch with Robin and Simon, and then obviously writing by Sam, and narration by me. Relieved, I went upstairs to my second-floor apartment and forgot all about the incident. I didn't see the guy again for a few days. It had mostly drifted to the back of my mind, but my car was still in the shop, so whenever I walked home from work, I did keep an eye out for any strange men following me. I was home free, or so I thought. It was around 1:30 a.m. when I woke up, startled. You see, I live alone, no roommates, no pets, nothing. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, so when I snapped awake, I figured something must have alerted me. I could just kind of feel a sense of wrongness and unease in the air. You know when you'd enter a house as a kid and you could just tell if someone is or isn't home? It felt like that, but of course nobody was supposed to be here. And I strained my ears to listen. Nothing. All was quiet, but then I smelled it. Something fishy. Literally, that is the unmistakable, strong smell of dead fish wafting through my apartment. Of course, my mind immediately went back to that stalker, a label that I'd just kind of given him even though I've only seen him maybe that one time. And maybe God damn it, I can't follow this. Rick Campbell, welcome to the Buttersalt Call. You now have access to bonus content, thank you. Yeah, I just need to make cat videos. Mischievous frog. Typical Virgo with the 5 says, hey Joe, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Thank you for the 5. Of course, my mind immediately went back to my stalker, a label that I'd just given him even though I'd only seen him that one time. Maybe deep down some part of me knew that he would be back. And I listened, trying to make out any noise over the sound of my own panicked breathing, clattering. And I listened, trying to make out any sound over... God damn it. How am I? I'm pretty good, honestly. I've been going to the gym and feeling healthy and not having any issues with my back or anything like that, which has been great, and I feel good. I just, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds, honestly, anymore, and I guess maybe it doesn't really bear to contemplate the future. I went to the gym for the first time in 5 years, felt great. Nice, Boop, that's awesome. Yeah, remember, you don't always need to, absolutely destroy yourself, but definitely get ChatGPT or somebody to, make you a program or whatever and just stick with it and make a lifestyle out of it. And remember, your diet is, pretty much 50% of all of it. Training, diet, sleep, hydration, as I sit here and drink Diet Dr. Pepper. The all-pudding diet. Oh, you lost 60 pounds already? Hell yeah, dude, let's go. So you lost 60 pounds and now you're going back to the gym. That's freaking sweet. That's amazing. That's seriously, crazy. Did you ever get that bio-optimized mag breakthrough? I did not, no. What was it called again? Did I even add it to my cart? I added to my fart. No, I didn't even have it. What's it called again? Dr. PP. He is a great doctor. Did you guys ever consider that Dr. Pepper might be a woman? Future's like a sandwich. It looks good, but until you taste it, what do you really know? But then it's too late. True. You're trying to gain weight? Oh, there you go, yeah. Get your calories up. Wait, where was conspiracy? Bio-optimize. Okay, let's look. Oh. Wait. Shit. It just immediately brought up. Wasn't it Dr... Who was it? Dr. something? Dr. Scholl's? Son of a bee. What is it? I don't know. I can't really find it. Anyways. Is it Dr. Phil? Dr. Berg's bio. Okay. Let me just copy paste that into my search feed. Where the fuck is it? Doesn't even have Dr. Borg's. Dr. Zoidberg. Was it the magnesium breakthrough supplement? So it's just by Bio-Optimizer? Or is it the Dr. Berg magnesium glycinate? Whatever. We'll get it figured out. What's up, Jade? Say hi to me right now. Right now, I'll fucking kill you. I'm hooked on Fresca and crushed ice. That does sound pretty yummy. There's like a specific type of like ice that comes in like little chocolates that I very much enjoyed chewing on. I weighed 95 pounds before I had my baby. During my pregnancy, I lost 4 pounds and gained 40. Once I had her, I went down to 104. Oh, okay, interesting. Love your channel, especially love this life. Thank you for doing this. Yeah, no worries. No stories missed. Do not worry. Is that what you want? You want all those magnesiums in one? Wonder why there's so many damn magnesiums. I listened, trying to make out any noise over the sound of my own panicked breathing. A clatter sounded from the living room, and then a sort of muttered voice. Yeah, it definitely wasn't my imagination. Someone was in my damn apartment. Ever since the guy had followed me home, I've been thinking about this eventuality. I didn't own a gun back then, something I've since rectified, but I did have my brother's baseball bat. He'd given it to me when I'd moved down to the coast, mostly as a joke, but told me to keep it to... Keep... What? Oh. Rick! With the 10s, I'm excited to be a member. I hear you daily. What are the additional perks? Are the stories even better? Well, yeah, I mean, I for some reason thought you were already a member, but yeah, there's like a bunch of bonus content and a playlist on YouTube that you can check out. And, yeah, check it out. Let me know what you think. Rock and roll. Thank you so much for the 10, though, Rick. Appreciate you. I think you're going to go back to being a brunette. You can just wear a wig. Just shave your head, get a new wig. Polish sausage enjoyer, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. What's up, Muzz? And yeah, we need to get the Wienermobile podcast going. All we need is 1 million more subscribers. That's true. All bonus content is just, the background is just feet pics. Non-stop tootsies. All those piggies went right to the market. My prenatal vitamins. Oh yeah. I'm fucking preg. Fear-mongering and feet-mongering. Oh yeah. Siamon. You saw that movie, right? What was it called again? I don't even remember. Hey, crime girl. What's up? What the movie? Oh, Long Legs. Yeah. What did you think of that? That was your homework assignment. He'd given it to me when I'd moved down to the coast, mostly as a joke, but told me to keep it on hand to protect myself. I quickly moved in, put it in my closet and forgot about it, but I'd been sleeping with that bat bedside. Oh, whoops. I'd quickly moved in, put it in the closet, and forgotten about it. But I'd been sleeping with the bat beside my bed ever since the guy followed me home. I grabbed the bat now and crept into the living room in my t-shirt and shorts. As soon as I left the room, I saw how the intruder had gotten in. The front door was busted open. We later found out that the wood must have been rotted around the latch or something, because he'd seemingly used some kind of tool to crack it open. No wonder I'd woken up. The man of the moment was standing in my living room, right there in the darkness. He wasn't moving. He was still holding. What's up, Gabriella? I went to a ghetto school for 3 years and they showed the music video How to Love by Lil Wayne during sex ed class. This was middle school. Holy shit. Your teachers were like, that's the ticket. That's how we teach them. Did I watch Seven? I haven't. No, I need to. That'll probably be my weekend activities. He was still holding that damn bag, and as I crept closer, the stink of rancid fish grew stronger. It suddenly struck me that I had no idea what I was going to do. My phone was on charge and... My phone was charging in the kitchen, which opened out into the living room on the other side. God damn it, why can't I not? My phone was charging in the kitchen, which opened onto the living room on the other side of Fish Intruder. I don't quite know what the fuck. I definitely have to, yeah. I think I'll enjoy that a lot more, that it's like psychological. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... I get that they... Like, I was listening to the director say he wanted to, like, usurp people's expectations or whatever, but... If they were going to go with, like, the satanic approach where, like, it's all is paranormal in some sort of roundabout way, I kind of wish there would have been a much more, like, transitionary phase during Act 2 to make it... to transition it out of, like, the hunting down clues part to, like, I don't know. Otherwise, suddenly it, like, all being, like, Satan just, like, felt really stupid. My phone was charging in the kitchen, which opened onto the living room on the other side of Fish Intruder. I couldn't call the cops without going through him, and from the way he was swaying on that spot, he seemed to be drunk or high or something. But from what I could remember of him in the daylight of the previous week, he'd been fairly well built. Certainly strong enough to cause me some serious harm if he chose to, even if I was armed with a baseball bat. I really didn't. I don't know. Certainly strong enough to cause... Definitely strong enough to cause me some serious harm if he chose to, even if I was armed with a baseball bat. I really didn't like the idea of head-to-head confrontation with this dude, and that's why I was so relieved, if not a bit surprised, when he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Well, he didn't collapse really. It was like, you know how little kids suddenly just sit down out of nowhere? It was like that. He just sort of dropped to the ground in a sitting position, froze there for a moment, and then began rummaging through his bag of dead fish. Ugh. If the smell had been bad before, it was terrible now. The foul, rotting scent... The foul, rotting stench of seafood wafted up and out of that bag, causing me to gag. I remember stifling my breath, then crept out of the outskirts of the room, but my eyes were glued to the man the entire time. He was fascinated by whatever deceased rancid fish he was... This is the beginning of the story? I feel like we're like halfway through it, or like towards the end. Boop with the 639 says, gotta go clean the tampon splat off toilets and shut down the park. I'll be listening. Be right back. No problem, brother. Be careful with them tampons. That's the problem with modern horror. People just keep doing zombies and think... People just keep doing zombies and think up their own... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I can see in many ways... Well, honestly, I can't really see in, like, Longlegs, like, what it was even trying to do. Because if you remember the part, there was, like... It did it over and over and over again. They kept showing snakes. They kept showing, like, a box of snakes, which I assume... The guy, if he lived in the basements or whatever, he probably had a drawer filled with snakes. And I'm sure people will say, if you watch the director's cut, it shows him in his day-to-day life and whatever the fuck. But I don't know, what's the deal with the fucking snakes? A lice farm, marketed quickly. You starting a lice farm? Some type of symbolism that can't be... Yeah, right, exactly. Like, symbolism is cool whenever it has, like, some degree of grounded meaning in, like, the story. But whenever it's just, like, thrown in there, like... It really did, in many ways, feel like AI wrote it. I know that sounds so bad to say, and people probably get so annoyed with that. But, like, and now... We add snake, so we start off, and the detective is new, and has no emotion, and is actually autistic or something, and she's psychic, and, okay, so, like, this guy actually lived in her basement the whole time, and he worshipped Satan. But then it's stupid, too, because, like, his character... is supposedly, whenever you listen to the director talk about it, he says that he's like a rocker guy who was really into rock and then got into Satanism and just was like, I need to make Satan happy. It's like, okay, can we allude to that, you know? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like half the time I feel like these movies end up just becoming like ARGs where you have to like go and do like deep dives into every single aspect of it to like find any information. And I don't know. You think Longlegs was some kind of free Masonic film with coded messages? I don't like it for that reason. I like transparency. What part do you think was like coded Masonic symbolism or whatever? The best work I've seen use a satanic themed psychological storyline was the first season of True Detective. Seriously, man. Yeah, I've heard that was good. Maybe I need to just check that out. I like that it can kind of like exist by itself. AI Daddy. I am not AI Daddy. I am human. I am human, I promise. I used to joke that I was AI, and then AI became really popular. And I also just saw like some video of like some guy receiving I think the Nobel Prize or something in the UK for being the grandfather of AI. Yeah, I'm just plain Daddy-o. But, you know, he was the granddaddy of AI, and he had some pretty stark warnings whenever he accepted that. You want to listen to him? I can play him through my phone. Let's see. Alright. It's giving AI Daddy.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, dear laureates, ladies and gentlemen. This year, the Nobel Committees in Physics and Chemistry have recognized the dramatic progress being made in a new form of artificial intelligence that uses artificial neural networks to learn how to solve difficult computational problems. This new form of AI excels at modeling human intuition rather than human reasoning, and it will enable us to create highly intelligent and knowledgeable assistants who will increase productivity in almost all industries. If the benefits of the increased productivity can be shared equally, it will be a wonderful advance for all humanity. Unfortunately, the rapid progress in AI comes with many short-term risks. It has already created divisive echo chambers by offering people content that makes them indignant. It is already being used by authoritarian governments for massive surveillance and by cybercriminals for phishing attacks. In the near future, AI may be used to create terrible new viruses and horrendous lethal weapons that decide by themselves who to kill or maim. All of these short-term risks require urgent and forceful attention from governments and international organizations. There is also a longer-term existential threat that will arise when we create digital beings that are more intelligent than ourselves. We have no idea whether we can stay in control. But we now have evidence that if they are created by companies motivated by short-term profits, our safety will not be the top priority. We urgently need research on how to prevent these new beings from wanting to take control. They are no longer science fiction. Thank you.
Just crazy. Who is he? Jeffrey Hinton, for anyone who cares, is the top comment. Jeffrey Hinton, Geoff, Jeff. I don't know. It just sucks, you know. Like you know, whenever you're younger, you kind of have like a perspective of your future, right? You have a perspective of like a brighter world, a cheerier world, a better world, a sense of like future, you know what I mean? And now it's like you realize that it just seems like everything's sort of careening faster and faster towards like some sort of strange, boring sci-fi utopia, you know, or not even utopia, but sci-fi dystopia. And I'm not saying that's how it's always going to be. Maybe it'll be slow enough that we won't even recognize dystopia taking things over, but I don't know. The first season of True Detective is a true crime based with Matthew McConaughey, Woody Harrelson, based around serial killer whose victims satanic rich. Yeah, and honestly, I would much rather that, like, where you're following along like a true crime kind of like, you know, actual detective thing in long legs. Or if they would have, you know, if he actually would have had like satanic, like supernatural powers, I don't know, do it from the beginning. Like this sort of like sudden and abrupt left turn that they took with the movie, it just doesn't transition well. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and I guess technically it's not supposed to, but I also don't feel like it works. And I get, like, you know, he might say, well, it's not for everyone, but and I get that it's not supposed to be for everyone, but I feel like the idea itself could have been done well. You know what I mean? It could have, I don't know. There was like one part during it where like the mother was doing a like sort of expositional monologue where she was like, once upon a time the devil showed up at our house, you know, and it was just like, that to me is where the movie just like jumped the shark and just like stopped taking itself seriously. Very cringe. All right. Anyways, he was fascinated by whatever deceased rancid fish he was digging through. I caught my hip on the side table and almost knocked over a lamp. Freezing, I checked to see if the guy had heard me, but he hadn't. I swallowed, darted for the kitchen, grabbed the phone off the counter and ran straight to the bathroom. It was the only other door in the apartment with a lock. Seeing as how the guy had smashed his way through the front door, I didn't have much confidence in the flimsy lock that sealed the door, so I called 911 as quickly as I could. The operator asked me what was going on, and I told her, and then got transferred to dispatch, and they got me to stay on the line while the cops double-timed it over to my place. While I waited, I could hear footsteps from my apartment. It was soon. It was soon. Who was the guy that offed her partner in the beginning? Right, that's what I was wondering too. Like, he was, I guess, a previous case or whatever that they were trying to solve, and then it was just basically an example of showing that she has psychic powers, of which, like, didn't really matter that much, and then also, like, didn't apply whenever the bad guy was around. I don't know, there was so much, like, opportunity where you could have done, like, a satanic story and, like, some sort of mixing with paranormal powers and things of that nature in a more subtle way, like in a more like MK Ultra CIA type of way, like in a way of, like, you know, the secure, contain, protect sort of stuff. Or if you've ever played the game Control, like Control takes like some pretty over the top shit and makes it almost like borderline realistic with its like bureaucratic nature of governance and stuff like that. I'm like, they could have done something similar, and it would have been probably one of my favorite movies, I feel like, because it really did start out strong outside of the fact that the character was like a robot. What did you think about the whole thing touring of the Annabelle doll crap that came from it? Did you hear what? Yeah, what's his name's dead? What's the guy that has like the Annabelle doll and he tours around with it? Like, he's dead now. What's his name? Dan Rivera, yeah. Wasn't he like I didn't know much about that realm, but didn't he run like a television show? Or did he was it solely just the Annabelle thing? The Warren son-in-law, right, yeah, he had that. And they said they did an autopsy, but I don't think they have information on it or whatever. What's up, Natasha? How you doing? Sorry, I missed your message there. It's still pending, right? Yeah, I don't know. What was his situation? Was that did you give permission more to use your voice? If not, they're still using your voice. Yeah, I think, I don't even know. I think I gave permission like initially or whatever, and at this point I kind of would prefer that they don't, honestly. I'm just kind of like, mainly because it's like you go to Mort's channel. I'm not trying to put him down, but it's like he takes the stories within like the span of a really short period of time and immediately transfers them over. I don't know. And the animation is just like not that impressive to me. It's like the same sort of cookie cutter stuff you see. Whatever. It is what it is, I guess. What's up, Muddy? Welcome. All right. Mort. Yeah, it's not good animation as someone who studied art. Yeah, it's not to put him down. I do think at one point in the past I said that permission was good, but the more I hear his name and the more I see his channel, the more I'm just like, I don't know, just you know, because it's like, obviously there's a reliance upon not just my voice, but also the stories that people send in to kind of generate the content. And the fact that it's like such a quick turnover, I get that's kind of the process with YouTube. Honestly, I guess I can't get too angry about it. I mean, But if he hears this, if it's any different to you, my brother, can you just stop using my voice? Not that I'm mad or anything, it's just I have an illustration degree, it's too generic. Yeah, well, yeah, and I think there's like a program, like there's been these like programs they've used for forever that just doesn't really require like a lot of like external animation skills per se. I mean, I could be rude saying that and be wrong, completely wrong, but the Warren son-in-law who did all those demonic cases, who was given their collection and is dead. Yeah. Hey, Vixa, what's up? All right. While I waited, I could hear footsteps from my apartment. It was too soon for it to be the cops, plus they hadn't announced themselves, so I knew the guy was on the move. Part of me wanted him to leave, and part of me wanted him to leave, and part of me wanted to be sure that the cops actually caught him. I whispered at the phone what was going on, and the operator told me to stay put. Under no circumstances should I leave the bathroom, and the cops would be there shortly. I heard a crash from the apartment, and later I'd found out that it was the same lamp that I had almost knocked over myself. The guy had also bumped into that table, wandering around. Silence for a moment in that part. It was silent for a moment in the apartment, and then I heard a creak right outside the bathroom door. This was followed by another burst of that dead fish stench, and I think I started crying at this point, telling the operator he was right outside the bathroom door. I had no idea what he might do to me or what he even had in mind. And it felt like hours later, but it must have only been a matter of minutes, I heard shouting, the voices of cops, then a scuffle. I yelled out, and a cop called back to me saying to stay put, and then the sound of something breaking, more banging, and footsteps leaving the apartment. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and the gentle, welcoming voice of a female officer told me it was safe to come out. My hands were shaking, and I unlocked the door and stepped out. I was surprised that fish man hadn't caused much more damage. The lamp was laying there broken on the hallway floor, and for some reason he'd also removed a framed movie poster I had on the wall and smashed the glass. To cut a long aftermath short, it turned out that the guy was a local fisherman who'd apparently fallen on hard times. It was kind of a tragic story. He'd lost his business, then his family, then his sobriety, and then, I guess, his sanity. This wasn't the first time he'd been in trouble with the law, but it was the first time he'd broken into someone's home. We had no idea what he'd intended. You know what would be kind of funny? Well, it wouldn't be funny. It'd be very bad. But do you guys think that if you could live for 1,000 years, even though you started off as like a really nice person, do you think over the course of living for 1,000 years, you would eventually become so like jaded with humanity and existence in general that you would become like a murderer? Or you would at some point in those 1,000 years at least kill one person? Just curious. This is like a thought experiment. Maybe. Maybe was your fingers tapping on your chin. I'm jaded with humanity. We become kinder by the year, to be honest. Yeah, but 1,000 years, do you really think after that period of time where eventually you start to perceive yourself as like, I don't even know, immortal in a sense? You're just like, oh, I've fucking had enough of these terrible tenants. You're a 1,000-year landlord. Christina, what's up, dude? Good to see you. I think it's a matter of numbers. You'd be bound to do it. Yeah, exactly. I think statistically, just even accidentally, you probably would take a knife to someone's skull or something. I'm over these yahoos. This is your last late rent. If I live in California for 1 year, I'll get tired. Yeah. 1 year in California is 1,000 years in Pennsylvania. Would be hard not to become completely self-centered, conceited, and self-absorbed because you would be the only permanence in your existence. Yeah, exactly. Like if you were someone like Dracula, I'm sure Dracula didn't start off like even wanting to like suck everybody's blood. I'm sure initially he was just fucking around with rats, and then eventually he's just like, fuck these idiots, I'm gonna stick my fangs into their gullet. You could, but you may go full circle, likely to protect yourself. Depends on what you look like or identify as. I suppose it might have been impossible to not protect yourself in 1430 or 1833. Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, I guess depending on whenever you like are launched into society as a whole. Like obviously life back in the 1400s and 1800s would be wildly different than life now in America or somewhere else potentially safe. Simpson. We have no idea what he'd intended to do. Wait. Broken it. Wait, the first time? Oh, yeah. This wasn't the first time he'd been in trouble with the law, but it was the first time he'd broken into someone's home. We have no idea what he intended to do with me, if anything, and frankly, I prefer not to know. Also unexplained is why he was carrying around a bag of dead fish, other than the fact that it was something that he was known to do. His fish transporting days were over, though. The guy was incarcerated in a psychiatric hospital and, to my knowledge, is still receiving the much-required treatment he needs. And I honestly wish him no ill will, and it could have been a lot worse. That doesn't change the fact that he did still break into my apartment, though, and he clearly had something in mind by doing so. He definitely followed me home that one day, and then returned a few days later, which suggests a degree of intent. I make myself feel better by reminding myself that the mental illness, alcohol, and whatever drugs he'd used cooked his brain to a point that it blitzed all of his mental faculties. I couldn't stay in that apartment for long after that, though. Thankfully, the landlord let me out of my lease early, and I moved right over to the other side of town. I don't think that I could have tolerated staying in that place because, for one thing, I could never get rid of that lingering smell of dead fish. He was a freak. Sinister freaked me out. Sinister was interesting. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that, but that one was, I feel like, relatively subtle. And at least the monster had like some degree of like origin story of being like some old demon or something, eating their souls or whatever once they've taken their own lives. Tom Cruise version, but the vampire was tired of humans. His disposition had constant disdain for humans. Well, that would make sense, yeah. Especially if you were like a predator. You were just like a natural predator amidst humans. But I'm almost curious, like, say you didn't have to like suck humans' blood and kill them or whatever, or turn them into like vampiric slaves. What if you were just like a normal human who could just like survive and you always stayed? I mean, what age would you even stay? Say you get to like 27 and you always stay like the same age at 27 and just never really age. You're always like sort of an adult, like well into your adulthood, but like just perpetually looking like that, but not needing to kill anybody. Hootie, welcome back for 43 months. You are great. You're great, Hootie. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for 43 months. Very kind. Why did the FBI give her a psychic evaluation? I don't know. That's what got me excited, was like, oh, this is new. Did they do that back then? You know, kind of thing. And then just the fact that, like, the Bureau of Investigation, right, essentially played no other role in that movie other than just sort of like, I don't know. All of the interesting, complex aspects of it just kind of like went to the wayside, in a sense. And well, let's actually find that out. Does the FBI do that? Does the FBI actually give psychic psychic evaluations. Maybe Darwin theory was started by a vampire to hide their feeding and disguised it in war. Abraham Lincoln, vampire slayer. Is that what happened? The FBI uses psychological assessments for... the FBI does not officially use or endorse psychic powers, ESP, or clairvoyance in investigations. There have been anecdotal stories over the decades of psychics contacting law enforcement or offering information. The FBI does not formally employ psychics. Any tips from psychics are treated like any other tip. They must be verified through evidence. The Bureau relies on forensic science, intelligence, and investigative methods, not the paranormal. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe. I like the idea, though, and I feel like the way they presented it, where it was like you had like a quick second just to like think of stuff, like that's really probably how you would be evaluated for psychic powers, is just really fast, quick succession kind of thing. Gate programs in the 70s and 80s. Why do I smell other shit? What do I keep smelling? Maybe Pretty brought me a dead mouse. Okay. Son of a bitch. That was several plots in Twilight Zone. Oh, okay. Interesting. From anime to 1,000-year-old vampires to even nice elves, they both do have something in common. They get really pissed off if you disrespect them by any means. Calling them vampires might be forbidden. What are you talking about? Jess, thank you for the 2. Okay. So I got a bit of a weird one for you that happened to me and the fam quite a few years ago now. Myself, my wife, and my 3 kids decided we wanted a break from big city life, just for a bit. It was the mid-2010s, and there was a big spike in crime in our city, and things were just feeling really oppressive and bleak. We needed a palate cleanser, which is why we jumped at the opportunity when my buddy Derek offered to... us use of his hunting lodge over the Thanksgiving week. Damn it. Week. We needed a palate cleanser, which is why we jumped at the opportunity when my buddy Derek offered us use of his hunting lodge over the Thanksgiving week. I'd been on hunting trips with Derek and the boys before, but this would be something different. Just my family, free use of Derek's excellent cabin, and some quiet, chill, quality family time without any distractions or disturbances. The cabin was just off of a forest community near the base of Grand Teton? David! Glada, thank you for the 3, dude. Appreciate you. Is it Grand Teton? Grand Teats. What's up, Becky? Welcome to the show. Grand Teton. Oh, okay, thank you. Not it saying alive instead of a live. Wait, what are we talking about? Like a live stream? Is that what it says? Like one word? The cabin was just off of a forest community near the base of Grand Teton. There's a small town nearby, then a 30-minute drive will take you to the cabins. My buddy's cabin is relatively isolated. Then there are a couple of neighbors on the other side of the medium lake nearby. Me and the family made the 6-hour road trip to the cabin. Our youngest is 4, and she kept needing us to stop for breaks, so the journey was a little stressful. But by the time we arrived, it was taking everything in my wife and I's power to keep the kids from killing each other. It wasn't the first time they'd visited the cabin, so as soon as we pulled up, the kids spilled out of the car and darted onto the porch, throwing the front door of the cabin open. I was climbing out of our Ford when I saw my eldest, Lisa, she's 10, freeze in the entrance and then come running back to us. Her face was a look of absolute embarrassment. "Daddy?" she said, breathless. Then, when she finished telling me what she'd seen, I had to ask her to repeat herself. And in short, there was someone already in the cabin. I had no idea what was going on, so I sprinted up the stairs and burst into that place. My youngest daughter, who's 4, and our middle son, who's 8, were standing there, frozen to the spot. My son is autistic and not the best with strangers, and my 4-year-old was, well, 4, so I don't blame them for not knowing how to handle the situation. A guy was sitting on the couch in the center of the hunting cabin's open living room. I feel like I need to read that differently. German Soul Kitchen, we're doing good. I had said that I was thankful to be back on one of your lives because I kept missing them and it spelled it alive. Oh, okay, sorry. What's your response? Fight, flight, freeze, or shart? Yeah, good question, honestly. I don't know. I feel like in my dreams I tend to get, like, if I'm ever in a fight or flight situation in the dreams, I get angry and want to fight, just like throw my body at the thing. Which ends up just like waking me up because my adrenaline starts like freaking pumping. Mm-hmm. 6-hour road trip with the kids is literally cleansing your palate with hot sauce. Is true. That would be pain. A guy was sitting on the couch. Okay, yeah, this is the scary part. A guy was sitting on the couch in the center of the hunting cabin's open living room, reclined back in his... Oh. Sorry. Excuse me. A guy was sitting on the couch in the center of the hunting cabin's open living room, reclined back in his boxers. He was holding a beer, and even though it was only mid-afternoon, I could see a bunch of other empty bottles littering the ground. I asked him what the hell he was doing in there, and I admit that I may have been a little aggressive, but only because Lisa had seemed so bothered by the guy. She thought that he'd been, well, touching himself when she burst in, which had obviously gotten my back up. She thought he'd been, well, touching himself when she burst in, which obviously filled me with rage. The guy springs up from the couch and held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Now I'd been ready for a fight. But this thin, wiry guy didn't look like much of a threat. Then he smiled and laughed and seemed to catch his breath. He said his name was Blake and told me his last name as well. And long story short, he explained that he was a buddy of Derek's from high school. Derek had told him that the cabin would be free over Thanksgiving, and since he was going through a messy and very painful divorce, he was welcome to stay over the holiday to clear his mind. And then we had a good laugh about this because it was so completely Derek. We called him the bubblehead blonde. He was what the kids today call a himbo, and everything made total sense. Blake even seemed like a real nice guy, and I was beginning to wonder if we'd rectify the situation. A himbo. A himbo. That's funny. That's funny, haha. I like laughing, ha ha ha. It was me, yeah, it's me inside the... Oh, sorry, bro. You said I could stay here, man. I'm doing a live stream. 37 weeks now, bro. You've unknowingly been part of our pregnancy journey the entire time. We literally listen to you every night and have been for the 5 years we've been together. That's crazy, Jay. Thank you for including me, brother. I put the headphones on the pregnant belly so the baby can listen. Hello, baby. It is I, the voice from the internet. When you grow up, you will defeat the evil bankers who foreclosed my home. You will get revenge from me. Going through... Oh, that's right, Jonah. I'm sorry to hear about that, brother. Hope you're doing good. Jonah, you need to get on your grind set. I'm not even joking. It either needs to be grind set or leisure life. But it needs to be a leisure life of yours that isn't indulgent in, a certain degree of vices that is self-destructive. It needs to be leisure that enables the mind to separate itself from... It's not a complete pudding life. Stay away from the pudding for a bit. But you need to allow your mind time away from the phone, away from social media, away from the crap. While you're on the grind, you've been working out all day after work. Oh, okay, sweet. For some reason, I thought I remember you last time saying that you were addicted to like fentanyl or something. I forget. But just think, if you get away from social media a little bit, really anybody, you might, you know how like when you take time and you get into the shower, you take we all take like showers like 4 times a year, right? And like when you're in there, you suddenly have clarity because you're not like thinking of your next thing all the time. And so you finally are hit with that certain sense of genius that comes out of nowhere, that inspirational thought of creativity. So that's what you need. Maybe you need to go on a camping trip. Did you already do that? As you do the himbo voice, you have to look in the mirror and flex to the guy from American Psycho. Fuck yeah. Am I a jewelry wearer? I am not. I am not a Hassan Piker type who likes to accessorize accessories everywhere. Rings on this finger, ring on that finger, a big necklace, a big crown, a pierced tongue. It is. I was actually partying a little too much last month, but I'm back on the grind. I think I'm going camping next month. Nice, dude. Yeah, I mean, you might literally just be what you need. That might be like to reconnect with nature, hopefully with some friends or maybe by yourself if you feel confident enough. And just that time alone with nature and God, the divine inspiration can return to the mind to give you direction or like at least creative thought of what you want to do next. Because sometimes the grind can be just as like corrosive and toxic, as the vice life. You have to kind of like find that happy medium that enables you to understand that sometimes free time might quite literally be the goal. Hey, Keeper of the World, good to see you, dude. Thanks for being here. I'm just recording tomorrow's stories, which are home invasions. Everything made total sense. That didn't need to be that dramatic. Everything made total sense. Oh shit, I didn't record. Everything made total sense. Blake even seemed like a real nice guy, and I was beginning to wonder how we'd rectify the situation though when Blake said that he'd happily move it. And I was beginning to wonder how we'd rectify the situation though when Blake said that he'd happily move on. He lived about an hour or so away, and it was only a small jump to the cabin, and he didn't want to put the kibosh on a family vacation. Kibosh. Is it kibosh? Kibosh? The kebab. I made it till I've been listening for a few years. Welcome, Maria. Good to see you. Basically, we just record spooky stories, and we talk about nothing. Anything you want to talk about, we will examine it in autistic detail. Kibosh. Hello, my name is Kibosh. Okay, whatever. Talk about the meaning of life. I don't know, I think the meaning of life is tough because you pretty much have to give life meaning yourself, you know what I mean? Like, I'm in this weird position where it's like, to ask the question of the meaning of life is to also ask the question of where did we come from, what's our origins, is it from God, is it from the Christian God specifically, is it from, aliens, so like, trying to determine what exactly that origin will then determine your exact purpose as well and your meaning. But I think, unfortunately, since we don't really have that answer that's at least objectively obvious, even though it would help you to decide in the same manner your own subjective meaning of life, it does really kind of just come down to yourself and as far as like giving life meaning. So the meaning of life literally exists within inside of yourself, as long as you don't hurt everybody. Everything made total sense. Blake even seemed like a real nice guy, and I was beginning to wonder how we'd rectify the situation though when Blake said he'd happily move on. He lived an hour or so away, so it was only a small hop, skip, and a jump to the cabin, and he didn't want to put the kibosh on a family vacation. The polite part of me wanted to offer to let him stay, but the hunting cabin didn't exactly have many bedrooms, and our kids needed their own space. Especially my son James, who, as I mentioned, is autistic and takes time to adjust to new situations. Grateful, I took Blake up on his offer. He asked if it could be possible for us to give him a couple of hours so he could wash up, pack up, and actually head out, and it seemed reasonable to me. The local town was only about a 20-minute drive away, and there was no cell reception at the cabin, so I figured that I'd drive there and call up Derek, let him know how the chaos had all gone down. Me and the family piled back into the car, wished Blake well, and drove down that winding trail to the local town. And once we were there, we headed in... Kibosh. We went to town for some kibosh. All the gods and all the lands of all the realms. Gotta cover your bases, exactly. To the 9s, to the 7s, to the one true one, to the Great Spirit. A lot of rain. Yeah, it's been pretty rainy, huh? Things having meaning symbolically is a human construct. There's no meaning, no more than there's a meeting for farts. The meeting of the farts. That would be kind of funny. You all gather around like wearing robes. And you turn your ass cheeks to each other and open some flaps and just let it rip. Do I have any pets? Yeah, I got a kitty cat. Is he right here? No, that's not him. He's over on the sofa, chill maxing in his usual spot. Me and the family piled back into the car, wished Blake well, and drove down the winding trail to the village. Once we were there, we headed into the general store, bought a few snacks, and treated the kids to some ice cream, and then I called up Derek. I didn't outright tell him that he double booked us. I decided to mention his friend Blake and just sort of let the situation drop, so to speak. I decided to mention his friend Blake and sort of let it hit him by itself. What am I even trying to say here? I decided to mention his friend Blake and sort of let him figure it out. And when I did, what Derek said caused a shiver to run down my spine. I'll never forget it, word for word. He said, quote, "Blake? That prick? That guy who used to bully me in high school? I heard he was busted on drugs charges." And I think at first I thought Derek was pranking me because I grilled him on it and told him that guy called Break. Oh, hello, Break. Sorry. Alright. I think at first I thought Derek was pranking me because I grilled him on it and told him that a guy called Blake had been at the cabin. Derek began to get more and more frantic with me when I was skeptical, eventually yelling at him to take him. Derek began to get more and more frantic with me when I was skeptical, eventually yelling at me to listen and take him seriously. And that snapped me out of whatever doubts I might have had. Derek never yelled, and he never got mad. He told me to return to the cabin with the cops and to have my wife and kids stay in town for now. He even offered to Venmo me the money for a motel for all of us, but I told him not to worry. And then he called his buddy at the sheriff's department and had him and an officer meet me on the outskirts of town and take a ride back to the cabin in that cruiser. And when we got there, the front door was hanging wide open. The place had been utterly trashed, completely and totally ruined. The TV was smashed, all the various glasses were in pieces on the floor, and the couch was shredded with what seemed to be some sort of... Does it matter if it's a human construct? We are humans, therefore it has meaning and is true to us. Right, which kind of just enhances the subjective nature of your meaning. Oh yeah, I think Mr. Ballin was doing a compilation video today. That's why it said the thorough reader thing again. But yeah, some of his promos he like records long before. But yeah, hopefully, I don't know, hopefully we'll get like promo and all that kind of stuff like figured out because, you know, I don't even know, we're like 12 episodes in at this point. Need to figure something out. Why are we driven to look for meaning? That's a good question too. I mean, some would argue that maybe our brains just evolved so rapidly and compared to other animals so that we could have like a higher, a better advantage to just, I don't know, survival and procreation or whatever, that we just develop these certain faculties of like reasoning and thought. I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess like, yeah, in the same way that it's like we're, the quote of we're made in God's image is, that tends to be like what people seem to interpret the translation as, and that image being like God's sort of desire for creation, I guess. Whether that's the creation of art or the creation of society or the creation of life, I don't know. Like all of it's sort of a mimicking of what God does. Start a philosophy channel. I don't think I would be intelligent or have enough time to like sit and read, because I listen to some philosophy channels and they like clearly like will sit there and read through the entirety of like Carl Jung and whoever they're digging into that day, and I'm not really one of those guys that has the time to sit there and take it all in, even though I'm sure it would be beneficial to my overall vocabulary. Because we were born with seeking in our soul, connection has meaning, and it's how our species survives through connection, groups, families, villages, yeah. Yeah, and it seems like we're kind of losing that connection, obviously, as time goes on, sadly, where a lot of our connections are found over long distances, digitally, and though that's good, it's like sometimes we forget to like look locally and internally with what we have and be thankful for that and try to put time into that. Do you recall the video where I can find the first part of Freya's story? Oh man, yeah, it was like a paranormal one. It might have been, it was like Japanese paranormal stories. Maybe last year or 2 years ago or something. But it was like a Japanese paranormal story video. I think she was at the end of that one. It was just so funny because she listens to it all the time because she's like, oh my god, there I am. Internet famous. The couch was shredded with what seemed to be a knife. The deputy and the officer made me wait outside at first while they checked the place, but I soon followed them in, hot-blooded and angry. Swear words had been spray-painted on the wall of the master bedroom, and based on the fact that the paint was dry and the extent of some of the damage, law enforcement figured that the vandalism must have started long before my family and I arrived at the cabin. I guess Blake had been planning a little payback against Derek for some time, and we just sort of interrupted him. Why? Well, it's hard to tell. Like Derek said, Blake had bullied him in high school and eventually been expelled for it, among many, many other things. And he'd been sent... Yeah, she's gonna steal my job. I hope she does, honestly. I hope she does something freaking cool, man. I miss your paranormal videos at this point. I just looped the old paranormal videos. Guess there's not much paranormal stories getting sent. Well, it's just one of those ones where like they didn't perform quite as well as like say an outdoor style of video. So it was something, it's not that they weren't being sent, because I still get lots of them, or can find lots of them on Reddit and all that kind of stuff. But I think one of the difficult things is finding like good paranormal stories. Because like, you know, if something paranormal did happen, right, to you, in any capacity, say like your sinks just like turned on right now by themselves, that would freak you out. And that might motivate some people to be like, I gotta send this to Let's Read, and my sink fucking turned on by itself, and all the cabinets opened, and it sounded like everything had smashed, but there was nothing smashed at all, you know? All of that sounds spooky, and obviously would be spooky if it happened to you. But whenever it's like written in text form, it's by itself just like not that interesting. In many ways, it's kind of like that first story we just read where the guy like smelled a fish and like may or may not have followed that girl home. And then that would just be the end of the story. Like he may or may not have followed someone home. That's the extent of how people sometimes feel towards the paranormal stories, where essentially nothing fucking happened, you know. I believe that believing on God and praying helps you keep the devil away and to not do harm to others. People that do horrible things are lost, don't have God in their lives. Yeah, you know, I think obviously you don't always need like some sort of spiritual external, guidelines to determine your morality for sure. But I do feel like, hey, if, you know, someone spiritually wants to utilize certain aspects to feel more comfortable in their existence, and it does motivate them to help others and treat others better, then I think that's great too, you know. It just, obviously there's a lot of scary aspects whenever organized religions, you know, are used to persecute people, or they start to integrate themselves with government, and, you know, you get fucking Al-Qaeda caliphate or some shit, you know what I mean? Like that kind of shit is terrifying. Sharia law, all that crap, fuck that, man. If you believe in the Bible, the people were given different languages because they were advancing too fast. Imagine where we would be if they hadn't been separate. Right, yeah. There's still time. Am I a godparent to anyone? I am, actually, yeah. My nephew. Hey, Sonomi, what's up, dude? Why? It was hard to tell. Like Derek said, Blake had bullied him in high school and eventually been expelled for it, among many, many other things. He'd then been sent down a road. He then went down a very dark path of drug manufacturing, apparently running a meth lab in a trailer park somewhere, but he'd been released on some type of technicality after that, and instead of him trying to turn his life around, he'd gotten hooked on the meth himself and decided to go on an all-out tour of vengeance and destruction. I have no idea if Derek's cabin was his first stop, but he'd certainly been filled with that enthusiasm. When I saw what he'd left in the bathroom, I had to cover my mouth and step outside. What a disgusting individual. And it made me furious to know that this chuckle effer had met my family. He'd spoken to us, smiled with us, laughed with us, all the while knowing that he was there for violence. I was just thinking God versus Satan parent, yeah. A Satan parent is someone who abducts someone else's kid to be their parent. When I pray, I have no trouble asking for help of those I love, that they get the things they need, but I have trouble asking for other things you need. Yeah, I mean, if God is like an infinite being of, pretty much the creator of everything, I'm sure it really wouldn't be too abstract to consider yourself in your own prayers. Have I played Enlisted? Enlisted is like one of my favorite games. I haven't played it in a long time, but about 2 days ago, I was thinking to myself how I wanted to like jump back into it again, just because it's so satisfying. Just like sometimes you have games where you just get like 100 kills, you know what I mean? Because there's squads of like bots, so some of the bots are just so stupid you just like rack up insane amounts of kills, and it's just satisfying, And there's so much like I honestly wish like the leveling up system wasn't so wildly complex and so grindy, because there's a lot of it that I honestly wish I could just like access and just kind of experiment with sometimes. If your friend made you a friendship bracelet, would you wear it or at least cherish it, or would you? Oh yeah, I would wear it, and I keep it. I keep everything my friends give me. I always keep. And honestly, most of the clothes that my friends get me, I always wear. I don't know why. I enjoy the stuff that people give me probably the most of all. And like, the Freya, who recorded the end of that one, she made me a bracelet more recently that said, "Let's read." And I have that on my keys. Caught a streaming ages. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. What's a guilty pleasure? Oh man, just stuffed crust pizza and ice cream, my brother. Eating myself till I throw up. Well, at least till I feel sick. Do you have a skeleton key, Joel, for the secret door in your basement? Yeah, it should be in your back pocket. The devil is clearly among us. It's 11:30 p.m. in New Jersey, and the temperature outside is straight back sweat, just perspiring sin. That sounds like the opening to a good novel. You should write that down. Isn't Freya a Viking goddess? Yeah, I think Freya is the goddess of like crops, like crop and fertility, but I think it's also like a war goddess of sorts. But then I also heard that within that pantheon that they're all kind of like war gods and goddesses or something. Hey, Zoomstar with the 20 gifters. Holy cow, thank you so much, Zoomstar. Guys, if you get a gifter, you now have access to bonus content. And be sure to say thank you to Zoomstar. And Dom Barnes, thank you for the gifter as well. Thank you. How do I come up with the sayings at the end of my stories? You guys actually come up with it. If you stick around, I will ask you to say something funny, and if it makes me giggle, I go, okay, we're doing that one. Is your name spelled with a Y or a J? It's spelled with a Y. New England's also back sweat. Yeah, it's been, on all my windows, I can just see the humidity outside. It's just like, it's so foggy. Yo, yeah. What's up, Loca? I was just thinking how infinitely grateful I was that he decided to trash the place and leave. When I heard it, I was just thinking how infinitely grateful I was that he decided to trash the place and leave. When I heard a creak from the ceiling above us. And then a bunch of coughing, more creaks, and more coughing. There was an attic crawl space in the cabin, and it was apparent to myself and they just opened fire on the ceiling. Jesus, intruder! You just hear like a thud and like blood dripping through the holes. Did you ever play Fallout? I played Fallout 4, and I didn't make it very far. It was fun. I really did enjoy it, but it was like also very difficult because it was, unlike Skyrim, that kind of seemed to gauge the difficulty based on how far along you had gone. Fallout 4 was one of those ones where it was very punishing. Like, you just randomly step on like a mine and have 1 second to respond and you just get exploded and you're dead. Or like you'd come across like super mutants or just a lot of like random encounters that were, I don't know, it was a very threatening world, and I didn't really like how it wasn't as peaceful in many ways as like Skyrim and Oblivion. As an experiment, atheists should try praying to God, but envision God as a manifestation of your subconscious and his will be done through the placebo effect. Yeah, you could definitely do some testing on that. What's the weather like where you guys live? It's sunny, raining? Oh yeah, it's very rainy. Or I guess it's been just humid and stormy. Stormy Daniels. Thunder and lightning, yeah. How's Pradeep? He's good. Chill, Maxon. There was an attic crawl space in the cabin, and it was apparent to myself and the two cops that something, or someone, was up there. I showed them where the hatch was that led to that crawl space. The deputy pulled it open, and a ladder unfolded. A head peeked out. He was covered in dust and filth, but I recognized Blake immediately. And thankfully, he handed himself over. He was too drunk and high to resist, and that stifling air in the cabin attic had started to trigger his asthma, of all things. And he was brought down and taken into the cop car in handcuffs. And by now, a handful more cops had arrived, and Derek's buddy deputy. Galactic with the 26 months. Hey, pretty people. Hope everyone's doing well. 26 months fly by when you're having fun. That's true. That is true. Pennsylvania is soup air, yeah. Very soupy air. This is soupy air. But thank you, Galactic. Thank you for 26 months. Also, remind me to match the... If somebody's keeping track of how many gifters we got tonight, remind me. Soup for the family, yeah. It'd be kind of nice if, like, a humid air did have a bit of a soup taste to it. You could just, like, open your mouth and... tomato. By now, a handful more of cops had arrived, and Derek's buddy deputy drove me back into town while other officers secured the scene. Thankfully, I didn't have to share a ride with Blake. My wife and kids and I didn't stay in the cabin over Thanksgiving after all. I booked us into a nice little hotel in town, and we got to experience the place Derek had grown up. He had to come up to assess the damage, so he brought his wife and stepdaughter, who is my youngest daughter's best pal, and we made a good week of it after all. Derek was surprisingly unfazed by the cabin invasion and damage, but I guess that's Derek for you. The most chilling aspect of all of this was what they found in the guest bedroom. Blake had come equipped with rope, duct tape, a hatchet, and a handgun. It turned out he did have a license for that gun, and we have no way of knowing what he intended to do with those things, or if he did actually have nefarious intent. But knowing an unhinged guy like that had been lurking in my family's vacation cabin, ready to snap at any time, well, let's just say that Blake is not someone I plan on... vacationing with in the future. Hey yo! Dr. Pepper fart. That would be really funny. 27 true scary stories to Goon 2. I wonder if YouTube would even care if I put Goon in the title. It was a Dr. Pepper queef, since Dr. Pepper's a girl. Just drove through Washington. It was crazy hot. Yeah. What is it? Summer? Is it fucking summer or something? A drinking bottle form. Yeah, this one was a 6-pack. Some people leave with a 6-pack of Rolling Rock. Me, Dr. P, diet. Got a wild weekend ahead of me. I did not know my horror narrator was funny like that, bro. I'm funny looking, bro. That's how funny I am. Who do you guys think's the funniest person right now? It can be anybody. Like, in your day-to-day life, who do you think in comedies and stuff you've seen as of recently has been like the funniest individual? It could be a influencer, it could be like a comedian, it could be a stand-up comedian. My mom, she's pretty funny. She says some funny shit out of nowhere, and it makes me laugh. Funniest, probably the little voice in your head. Hey, eat sugar. Walk it in my pocket, an addict in my attic. Auntie Donna. Oh yeah, Auntie Donna's funny. I've seen them. I forgot about them. It's like they were... Oh yeah, Shane Gillis is great. Shane Gillis is actually from Pennsylvania, which is kind of... Jason Bateman. Dude, Jason Bateman, surprisingly, I used to not like him, and then I watched Arrested Development, and he's fantastic, man. And he was in that Spelling Bee movie. That Spelling Bee movie that he was in was really funny. Or it was good, you know. Ricky Gervais, love Ricky Gervais. He's always laughing. John Goblikon, I never heard of him. Conan O'Brien, yeah, he's always a solid. I feel bad, like Conan, that was the sad thing about like late night talk show hosts, is that they all kind of like went heavily into sort of like politics or whatever, so it got made like late night stuff like really boring. But I feel like Conan never like fully sort of embraced that hyper partisan type of approach to his talk show, but it almost in a weird way made him like less relevant by not being that way, and so you just like really didn't hear about Conan in his show for quite some time. Maybe it was still good, but I used to watch Conan all the time and do like the, you know, where you like lift your hip up and then like it's on string, and then you cut the hip and then your hip falls. Trixie and Katya, never heard of them. Kevin Rooney, aka Rune Dog. Charlie Day is great. Me, I'm the funniest. I'm Charlie Day level of funny. I think one of my favorite videos is whenever like Video Game Donkey was reacting to the voice actors was reacting to like the voice actors of who was going to be voicing like the new Mario movie, but then they were doing like translations or whatever. He's like, oh, Chris Pratt, he's so cool, just like so fucking funny. Chris Pratt, he's so cool. Yeah, Bill Burr's great. Yeah, Louis C.K. is one of my favorites of all time, honestly. Like he genuinely, his stand-up comedy like never misses, in my opinion. And he's so prolific. Like he can, you know what I mean? Like you see some stand-up comedians, they still do some of their same old shit, and it's just kind of cringe. It's not cringe per se, but it's like, you know, it's not going to hit the same hearing it again. But he's like so funny, like think of so many joke. The Chit sketches, who are they? The Chitters. Oh, Beth, you confused me there. You changed your PFP. So we got two Beths in the Flurpin house. Yeah. Very thorough. I don't even know how like thorough can be even interpreted within like the narration context. It's just so fucking funny. Very thorough, and then he does like sort of a jack off motion. Very thorough. He winks at the camera. Oh, flurp. What the flurp, Sarah? Bert Kreischer, Theovine. You like Bert Kreischer? Dude, a lot of people don't like Bert Kreischer. Objectively speaking, I'm not going to go out of my way to like watch Bert Kreischer, but I also don't like dislike him as much as it was popular to dislike him as before. But I love Theo Von. Theo Von's amazing. Mainly just because Bert doesn't really seem to be like self-aware in like a strange way, but he might be too. But what's his partner's name? His gay lover who does the show with him on Two Bears, One Cave. $2 y'all. Love y'all. Please say a prayer for my fam. Sure. Sorry about the fam situation. Tom. Yeah, Tom Segura. Yeah, Tom and Segura's his like skit comedy show on Netflix was really fucking funny. And I think Mr. Ballin, did a podcast with Tom, which was amazing. Need more George Carlin and less Sebastian Maniscalco. Who's Sebastian Maniscalco? I love George Carlin though. Galactic, thank you for the gifter. To Melissa Jacobs, thank you. Theo's on point. Yeah, Theo's one of those guys. He can just really navigate any any conversational situation. I'm not like a huge fan of his like actual stand-up comedy because obviously it's all about delivery, right? And I think it's tough because like when you're up there on stand-up, you have to almost like know how to like act, right? And it's just like his natural delivery and conversation is just so powerful compared to the preconceived ideas. Tom's the best of the podcast comedians. Nice. What do I think of Mitch Hedberg? Mitch Hedberg was good. He was very dry, right? He was the very dry humor guy, and he would say a lot of like one-liner type stuff. And then he died of heroin or something. Used to love Russell Brand until he went more crazy. Yeah. He got in trouble, didn't he, over in the UK for, I guess he didn't get convicted, but I wasn't sure if that was like ongoing or whatever. I just like comedians that aren't afraid to tell it like it is. Insults if needed, no fear of not being PC. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, like comedy is about telling the truth, right? And you tell it in a funny way, and then like if you have to sit there and like watch what you say when it comes to being funny, then it's not funny anymore. It's just like, it's like, government allotted humor, and then it no longer becomes the jester. It just becomes an extension of the emperor. Where am I from? Pennsylvania. I thought you were calling us grifters. Yeah. I'm a grifter. I'm a mythological creature from Greek times, the grifter. Peter Grifter. Kill Tony isn't funny to me. I've seen clips of Kill Tony, and I've seen some funny clips from it. But as a whole, I've seen other stuff of Kill Tony where I'm just like, this is... Like, I get that they're trying to do, like, I don't know, what do they do again? They have people come up and then they kind of, like, make fun of them, but it was... Okay, so back when I was in, like, finishing college, while I was, like, studying for my, like, NCLEX, which is, like, the nursing test, I went and joined up with some people who I had helped in, like, the film school, like, acting and stuff, and went to, like, the, stand-up comedy club just to see how it was, because they did it, and then I did some of my jokes or whatever. It was whatever, but it literally only lasted like a week or two. And I just remember, like, whilst being there was a certain degree of just like pretentiousness to like aspects of different just comedians, and a lot of it was just sort of this like social hierarchies, within their like little clique, like social cliques and that kind of thing. But in their mind, because they're at a quote unquote comedian thing, they also perceive themselves to be just like so funny and so snarky because like their best friend next to them thinks that they're fucking funny. But it came off as like so cringe, and that's kind of like the vibe I get a little bit from like Tony Hinchcliffe or whatever, and like his kind of crew up there. It's like, obviously if a joke hits, it hits and it's great, but like this sort of like idea that they always have to be roasting people or be a dick or be a whatever in that like context while also being like the kings of the table. I don't know, it just comes off as like really cringy and inauthentic to me, and a part of me just like doesn't. I'm just not a fan of that. I've been served by a pretentious barista once. Oh yeah. All of them. The Kill Tony people do perceive that. Yeah, I don't really know I don't know. Worst comedian, Joe Rogan, can't stand that guy. I just remember like whenever he kind of came back to like doing his stand-up, even for his special, he like came back and he ended up doing some of his old comedy because his newer comedy like wasn't hitting, and I don't know, he's so sweaty. I mean, it's fine, I would get very sweaty up there too, but it just feels, I don't like the fact that he's on his own podcast and he has like no criticisms of his own comedy. He sits there and like reflects upon himself like he's some kind of like rare and ancient bird, you know what I mean? He's like, there's only 500 of us left, like truly funny people, man, you know. And then of course he kind of like gatekeeps via the podcast sphere like who, or you know, gets a voice and who doesn't get a voice, which, you know, there's been some good comedians that have come through the Joe Rogan like kingmaker circle, but there's also been a lot of just jokes, you know what I mean? Jerry Seinfeld. Oh yeah, Tim Robinson. I love Tim. I mean, just like all the mannerisms of like Tim Robinson. It's so impossible for me not to watch I Think You Should Leave or any of his other shows and not just like completely emulate everything he does. I've heard other people like who are really into comedy or have like comedy podcasts say they avoid listening to Tim because they're afraid they're going to fall into the mannerisms, because you start to see those mannerisms manifest in like other skit comedy type people on like Instagram and all those like shorts format type stuff. It's so hard not to act like him because it's just like such a, I don't know, it just encompasses something very, very naturally comedic, you know. Thinking I love stuff like Family Guy because no one is safe. Yeah, Family Guy was a classic for sure. Yeah, Detroit. I made it pretty far into Detroiters, and that was I love that show. It was amazing. The funniest stuff to me is the interactions people have with randoms. Trolling, rage baiting is my current favorite kind of. I mean, hey, yeah, and you know, stuff that happens in reality sometimes can't be matched. But there's a part of me too, like also stuff in reality. I don't know why about it, but it, like when it fills you with like such a degree of cringe, and this might only be me, but like it fills me with such a degree of cringe that I have to click off. Like I have to click off because there's something about how awkward it feels that I can't even elicit like a laughter from it. But there was a really funny video where like a woman is in like a basement apartment, and it's kind of just like this creepy like perspective of the dude's phone where he's like sneaking up on this woman in her, you know, through the basement apartment window, and he's staring in at her, and she's just there with like a big bowl of popcorn, watching like some movie and something like that. And it just seems like he's like some creep about to do something terrible, but then he just like rips the most absolutely nasty fucking like loud fart ever, and as he does it, it like scares her, and like she flips the popcorn up into the air. It scares her so fucking much, making like a big mess, and she's just like, who's there? It's just, yeah, I think he like takes off running, but there's just that video is just so fucking classic to me. Cringy. Absolute cring. Is Joe Rogan the same Rogan that hosted Fear Factor? Yeah, it was Fear Factor, and then he does the UFC, and then, you know, during that time he was just building up the podcast. And then that like really, took off. And he's just been like the number one podcast forever. Joe Bogan. Okay, let's go. I shouldn't be drinking Dr. Pepper while reading. Too gassy. This happened to me in early 2024, and I'm still receiving counseling about it. My therapist told me that sharing my story here or somewhere might help. Actually, she said a blog would do, but who the heck still writes blogs these days? So I thought that I'd send it in to my favorite True Scary Stories YouTuber instead. I've never had a story to send in before and always hoped that I never would, but instead, I got hit by a doozy. So I'm a college student in my final year, and at the time I rented a house with a couple of friends. You gonna fart into the mic? Let her rip, pal. Let her. Unpopular opinion, I know, but I've never liked Joe Rogan, never even checked out his podcast. No, that's fair. I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff to dislike about Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan as a whole is not, like, overtly a very enjoyable guy for sure, but it's like, can you find an episode of his that, or it comes down to the clips, right? The clips is what's going to draw you in if there's something you're interested in. So if there's somebody that's been a guest, that you enjoy what they say, I think that's one of his benefits, is that he kind of facilitates those conversations to have. That being said, I will say over the course of the past, 2 years, I am just not really interested in anything that he's kind of had on his show anymore. I watched AJ, you know what I mean, from Jesus Christ, what the fuck? The Y Files. AJ from the Y Files was on there, and that was awesome. I was happy to see him get on there and pop off, so that was an interesting conversation. But yeah, as of lately, there hasn't been any clips or really any interesting shows I want to watch anymore. Mainly because I don't know. I'm just like, is this all CIA propaganda? Is everything he's saying just curated nonsense, and it's all just part of the sort of controlled narrative to sort of split all of us down a line and divide us, but make sure that divide only keeps us within a very specific line of thinking. I don't, you know what I mean? I used to kind of get the feeling that it was outside of that, but now I'm just not so certain. And and maybe I'm just bored and it's not novel anymore. He just had an episode with Lucas Nelson that was really great. I'm not a country fan, but it was really, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not a huge country guy at all, but disclosure informationist. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, what's the Richard Gere? I've heard, you hear about him with his alien stuff, but then you sit there and listen to him and you're just what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? He talks about doing these getaways where he takes drugs with people and calls down UFO. I don't know, all of it just seems kind of bogus, you know what I mean? And if there truly is any sort of information, it's probably not getting turned into a documentary on fucking Netflix, right? Netflix isn't going to fund anything that actually counters any sort of dark power structure in the shadows running things. It wouldn't make any fucking sense. Michael never fails to make me think. That's wild. You just say that to people? He gives anxiety. Yeah. Richard Gere? No. Michael Gere? I forget. Gere something. Alien bullshit. Joe Rogan face cam UFC reactions. They're good. I mean, you can, at the end of the day, people want to hear a name, right? They want to hear Joe Rogan. They want to hear some sort of contentious name, and they immediately associate everything they do with the sort of left-right paradigm, and therefore it's either evil or bad or Nazi or communist or whatever the fuck. But objectively speaking, you need to have a discerning enough mind to be able to pick the good shit from the chaff or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, you need to like allow your brain to escape that paradigm, because it's just not beneficial to like growing as an individual. Speaking of USC, have you heard of the Conor McGregor situation? Meat got leaked. Oh, whatever. I don't really. You've seen his fucking cock 10,000 fucking times as he like, you know what I mean? He's always like peacocking around with his wiener out and shit in his little gym shorts. Like, who fucking cares about penises? Lex Fridman's an industry plant. Now that's one I honestly believe, because like for a while, like I'd listen to Lex Fridman talk and I'm just like, this guy's a fucking robot. First off, like he's a generation 1 robot, or like brainwashing MK Ultra victim who, and I don't actually mean this, but I'm just joking around. It just, I don't know, something about him feels so inauthentic. And then he's also like abstractly confrontational with some of his guests whenever they go, you know, they start discussing a certain topic. And I don't know, I'm just like, this feels fucking so astroturfed, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's whatever. It's aliens. Scripts. Yeah, they all like feel like they follow like some type of script, and they never really get to like any, you know, because when you finally hear the some degree of truth about something, it's going to challenge you. It's going to like make you go like, wait a second, what? You know, you're going to be like, what the flurp? But like when you hear the same shit all the fucking time, and it's always like fits into a nice little mold that you can digest and everybody hears, and nobody thinks bad of you, and you never feel bad ever in your life because you're perfect and you think just like the fucking crowd. It's not exciting, and you can eventually see through that bullshit. Yeah, the truth mixed with lies. That's how the devil works. That's how the devil works, guys. The devil. You know who knows the Bible more than anyone? The devil. We were away for spring break and our house... Oh. Stephen Greer, there you go. As people come and hang out, they concentrate on UFOs, allegedly they appear. Yeah, but how the fuck is that? That's not aliens. That's like some weird spiritual bullshit, some interdimensional nonsense. Which I guess is what he says it is, too, so... But why do you have to take drugs to do that? You don't like Kevin Hart? Yeah, I haven't... You know, I feel bad. I should actually sit down and, like, listen to a full Kevin Hart set, because, like, if you really are selling out stadiums, maybe that's, like, there's a ratio there to, like, how unfunny you might be, but it also might mean that there's some good jokes in there, perhaps. You just witnessed a crash out? I don't know, I feel like that was actually a pretty muted crash out for myself. Good morning. Wiener talk. Kevin Hart is the ops, no cap. I don't even know I just know, yeah, that's all I know is he's short. And he jokes about being short. Do you go through the top 10 Billboard and consider all the top songs too? I mean, honestly, anymore, to me, the last time the top 10 Billboard music ever had any actual meaning was probably the year 2008, if that makes sense. And the reason I say that is because like now, people's music tastes and their entertainment tastes are so hyper specifically curated to an algorithm that you're always going to find like some degree of niche that somebody else is like not necessarily interested in. That if someone says like my song got on the radio, I'd be like, okay, you still work at a junkyard, you know what I mean? I just feel like there's something, it just doesn't hold that same weight anymore, and so therefore I'm never even gonna like be forced to stumble across it, you know? Yeah, everything is individualized to yourself anymore. I wouldn't be surprised in the future with like AI and shit if eventually you just have like your own language in your own fucking head that you speak to your AI in, and they come up with little music for you and create a little utopia in your head, and there's not a single thing you could ever relate to another human about because you're just constantly in a non-stop dream state that would be impossible to like convey to somebody else. Just saying popular doesn't mean good, just means it appeals to a lot of people. But yeah, for sure. 100%, I agree. 110% I agree. He was the opposite put on the position of fame. Industry plant. He was an industry rose. We have the shine. We have the shine. We have a shiny ass because it's been buffered so much. So I'm a college student in my final year, and at the time I rented a house with a couple of friends. We were away for spring break, and our house got broken into. It was heartbreaking. A whole bunch of stuff was taken, a MacBook Air, our PlayStation, and a bunch of cash that one of my roommates kept hidden under their mattress. Who knew people really did that these days? Now thankfully it was only a few $100s, but still that's a lot of money to a broke-ass B-word like us. Now I remember coming home buzzing. I should just say bitch. I'm just gonna say bitch. I'm gonna say it, guys. I'm gonna say the word bitch. Guys, how much do you guys want to bet that eventually TikTok is going to convince you via your algorithm that saying bitch is actually a slur? 1 year? 2 years? Do you think your Chinese spyware app will trick you into that one day? My channel's going to be blown up. Carpet bombed. Uncomfortable with how much AI music. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, like, as far as music goes, maybe it's something I haven't even noticed, but that's the one thing within, like, the AI realm that I've kind of missed a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't seen any of it, I'm, like, kind of unawares of it, but maybe that's how effective it is. I would just, like, have no idea. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. Thankfully, it was only a few $100s, but still, that's a lot of money to broke-ass bitches like us. I remember coming home buzzing but tired from the vacation and just staring in dismay at the door standing there, ajar. We went in carefully, probably should have called the cops first, and were just met with chaos. These thieves hadn't actually taken all that much, but they'd thrown everything around and made the biggest damn mess with books, food items, throwing the couch cushions around. Thankfully, I kept my room locked, so I thought that they didn't bust in there. But one of my roommates, the one who kept the cash under her mattress, her stuff all got trashed. We spent that night in a motel, and then the next day began the long and upsetting task of cleaning up our life. My roommate's boyfriend, she's polygamous with her boyfriends. That'd be really funny. I guess that's what polyamory is, or open relationships. It's just like TikTok polygamy. Just give a dog a slice of pizza. The whole slice? How big, dude? Detest the AI fake news stories? Yeah. Oh, Dave and Denzel are some of the only that never wore the dress. Cat too, though, but still. Oh yeah, that was kind of a weird pattern to notice. The country AI is too good because it just sounds astroturf but up the ass and hard to differentiate. Yeah, that's true. He's bouncing on my booty cheeks. He loved the way he ride. Is that AI? That's real, isn't it? My roommate's boyfriends and a couple of our friends all pitched in to help, and by the end of the day, things were almost back to normal, minus the shared laptop that we kept in the living room. The place did... Wait. Oh, I see. I'm so lost. Okay. My roommate's boyfriends and a couple of our friends all pitched in to help, and by the end of the day... God, Dude, end of the day. There's so many like random words that you just don't think about that you say that once you get into a position of like narration, the enunciation of it is just so flirpin' annoying. Flurp! Mother flurper! You flurpin' piece of shit! You flurpin' fuckhead! Go your flurpin' family! Ram Ranch really flurpin' rocks. This boomba clottin' a-hole. My roommate's boyfriends and a couple of our friends all pitched in to help, and by the end of the day, things were almost back to normal, minus the shared laptop we kept in the living room, the PlayStation, a bunch of food we had to throw out, and things like that. From the next day, we were tasked with itemizing all the missing items, and at first it seemed like it was only a handful of things, which I've mentioned. Then as time passed, we started noticing more missing items, an expensive crock pot that I'd brought from home, a photography book that we kept on the living room bookshelf, and disturbingly a framed photo of the three of us from spring break the year before this. I hated the idea of spring break. Someone invited me to beer. Sorry, Buttersock. Cult camp host duties are calling. Good night. Hey, see ya, Boop. Have a good beer. Having a weird day. Geez, how come? Hey, kitty. Hi, buddy. It's so funny when he makes like an appearance. Starts swimming through the legs. Hey, Antonio. Thank you, bro. Good to see you. The boy has arrived. Yeah, Pradeep is a psyop to get me to clean his shit tray, and then I get that like weird bacteria that exists only in cat poop into my brain, and then it controls me via AI. I hated the idea of the thief having our photo, especially since we were posing in bikinis, and I've never wanted them to frame that and put it up in the first place. It just sort of felt weird having it on display. And this kind of made me start suspecting that what if the thief was someone who knew us? And maybe I was reading too much into it. Maybe he'd just been some dirty perv who saw 3 college girls in bikinis and decided to stash it for the spank bank while he played on our stolen PlayStation. And the thought wouldn't leave me though, and it began to bother me more and more. I started pushing my roommates to keep checking if anything else was missing. Smaller items that we wouldn't necessarily be able to claim on insurance and could maybe give me a clue as to who had broken into my house. My roommates and the cops kept reminding me that there had been a When did the PlayStation 5 come out? When did the PS5 come out? Wow, dude. The PlayStation 5 came out November 12th, 2020. Can you believe it's been 5 years since the release of the PlayStation 5? Like, honestly, some gaming systems like life cycles are only like 7 years. Do you remember that? Do you remember those days? And now I'll be honest with you, the PS5 still sounds like really new to me, but it also, has there been like any sort of games? I don't even have a PS5. I got a PS4. I remember I got a PS4 super late because I had a PC, so I just play shit on that, but I got a PS4 in 2019. Wow. Wowzers. I got a PS4. Or no, when did Red Dead come out? Red Dead 2. I guess that was 2018. But anyways, around that time, not too long before the PS5 came out, I got the PS4 late in its cycle just so I could play Red Dead 2. And yeah, I still use, well, I don't use the PS4 anymore, but I could. I don't know. Same with what is going on with consoles? It sounds like Xbox is dying, PlayStation is kind of like not doing great or that exciting, and the fucking Switch too? we bitched about this before, has one game, Mario Kart World, and then tomorrow is Danky Kang. And I hear Danky Kang is like pretty decent, but I won't trust it until I see gameplay. But you know what I mean? Like, what is it? What I don't understand these plans of like this. In my opinion, the Switch 2 should, out of all the consoles, have like the most iconic release, right? Because it should have all these various like exclusive games out for it, along with whatever other bullshit. But I don't know. I'm really wondering after PS5, whatever the fuck you call the Xbox, which is so stupid. The Xbox Series X, like what the fuck kind of naming system is that? Literally so dumb that they named it that. They should have just kept like doing rotations or whatever, like it's Tony Hawk with the 360 and the 540 and the 720. I don't know, but the point is that I think after this generation of consoles, I don't really know what they have left, because these are not proper releases. This is dog. It's like a year or two. There should be no reason that the Switch 2 should only have 2 games out in its initial launch. Like, that's so odd to me. You started console, switch to PC, never look back. Yeah, because like, what's the point? You can get a PC, have it upgraded and decent, and probably still be playing games at a good quality for the next like well over a decade or more, you know? I thought the console internet fee was just a meme while PC allows for some. Yeah, and there's so much more. You can look at porn on your computer. Did you guys know that? Can't do that on the Switch. At least I hope not. Do I have a VR set? It's so bad. I was like so about getting a VR set, which I did. I got a VR headset, which was the Valve Index, right? And the only reason I got the Valve Index was so I could play, what the hell is it called? Half-Life Alyx. And I made it like, my friends came over, we messed around with it for a little bit. I played through Half-Life Alyx while they were there. And then I just have not picked it up since. That's probably my worst purchase of all time. And it's kind of embarrassing. I even, like, you know, you screw the shit into the walls so it can, like, see where you're at in space. All this different stuff. And I don't know, just, like, the idea of, like, putting on a fucking, like, helmet set and, like, make sure it's connected to all the wires and all this kind of stuff. It just seemed like such a pain in the ass that in my mind, I'm like, I would rather just, like, wait till it's, like, really convenient and nice and just, like, put on, you know, just give me a Neuralink. Give me a Neuralink. And I'll just play the game inside my head. Come on. Having the hardest time learning to play PC after playing console for so many years. It's okay. I was the same way. I remember Overwatch was how I learned how to like play with my keyboard and mouse, because I was very apprehensive. I had a PC for a while. I would download programs that would then be able to wire, like I'd be able to like select, you know, all the buttons for controls. Like I remember like trying to play like Arma 3 or some shit, while trying to like use a third-party program to like map the controls to a controller. And then eventually my friends were like, bro, just use the goddamn mouse and keyboard, you dumb idiot. And I'm like, all right. And then after you do that and you get used to it and you figure it out, it's like riding a bike, right? You eventually are just like, oh, this is like so much better than walking. And you're so much more accurate with your aiming of the mouse and shooting and all that kind of stuff. But VR is very scary. Like some of the most simplistic, shitty, like, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's style games are like terrifying in VR. There's a decent study on VR neurosis after playing. Oh my god, what do you mean? When you say neurosis, like, what does that mean? Which character did I like to play in Overwatch? None of them. They all suck. FPS was relatively easier with mouse. Yeah, for sure. But I guess if I'm playing like a side scroller, certain games I would always prefer a controller. But that's the nice thing about PCs. I've literally had the same like Xbox controller for my PC probably since the year 2012. And it still works. I just plug it in, it's ready to go, and it just works. Alex J. Welcome back for 40 months. Says, hello, Joel. Hope you're doing. Thank you, Alex. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for 40 frickin' months. My girlfriend is going camping with her family this weekend. You should stream a game, Joel. Help the boring weekend pass. I hope so, honestly. Dude, it's been kind of tough. I've been busy AF, like, with all these, like, side projects and shit, that it's, like, totally thrown me for a loop where I just, like, I don't really have time for gaming. I barely have time to get in here and, like, do the bonus content. I need to do bonus content. I have a bunch of, like, scariest stories ever told. Maybe that's what I'll do this weekend, is record some bonus content on Saturday or something. That'll be fun. They did a study that showed people who have suffered a traumatic event benefit from playing Tetris right after. Oh, weird. Daisy. I've heard of Daisy. I never got to try it, though. You just don't take the time anymore to game. Well, that's what I feel. I feel myself, like, slowly getting out of it, and it's kind of upsetting. You know what I mean? Like, for years anyways, I really wasn't really playing single-player games unless I absolutely wanted to. And now that I kind of, like, am just naturally falling out of it, it's, like, both a good thing and bad thing. I guess it's normal. If I'm not sitting there in my gaming diaper, that's probably for the best. My roommates and the cops kept reminding me that there had been a bunch of burglaries, and it was likely just an opportunistic thief, but I was really fixating on the idea of a stalker or being targeted somehow. My roommate noticed that some of her clothes were missing, particularly a few items of... Whoops. My other roommate noticed that some of her clothes were missing, particularly a few items of underwear. She couldn't say for sure that they'd been stolen. She said that she might have left them on spring break. Not in that kind of way, just forgotten in the hotel. But I knew that she was just trying to make me feel better. They'd been stolen, just like the photo and our PlayStation. The money mattress roommate then noticed that a couple of pieces of jewelry had gone missing. None of her clothes, though. They were all accounted for. I remarked that I was extremely grateful that the thief hadn't gotten into my stuff, which is when my roommates pointed out that the lock that I have on my door, even though you lock it from the inside, is possible to open and close from the outside with a screwdriver or something similar. I immediately began checking my things, because my room hadn't been disturbed and because nothing of value was obviously missing. I hadn't even thought to check. Imagine my relief when I... Imagine my shock. Locked in. Lock the frick in. There's this delusional man, Penguin Zoe, featured on his channel, who claims that he can extend a day to 3 days. He sells courses online. Oh yeah, I've heard him. Yeah, where he's like, by noon, I've lived 3 days while you're... I forget. He like said somebody did something where they turned his like face or what he was saying in that meme into where he's like an asteroid, and like it's an asteroid like warping time as it like gets closer based on gravitational field or something. Hi Sam, what's up, dude? Bedtime, good night, chat. See you, Claire. I got 4 of the feline variety. Nice, dude. They will keep you safe from the rat people. So much of our brain relies on information from the vision center in our brain, and people can get stuck unable to translate the natural world from the game as it gives the warped reality. Oh shit, 1 second. Roki the fur with the $50 arena says, my therapist says I need to stop throwing money at you like you're a hooker. That or you need to start giving me a private reading. Your call. Tell your therapist that I need to check their credentials. But thank you, Roki. What's new in therapy? I never did therapy. Well, besides like online stuff, I guess, but Like, do you get to do it with the one-on-one stuff? Do you actually get to, like, meet and greet and skeet? We really do have very interesting people living among us. Yeah. But thank you, Roki. Appreciate you, dude. Imagine my relief when I couldn't find anything missing at all. All my clothing, underwear, keepsakes, and even a pretty expensive necklace I'd inherited from my grandma. If the thief had gone in my room, he would have stolen that, obviously. And I was lying in bed one night, struggling to sleep with paranoia, when I noticed something on my side dresser that made me sad. I turned on the lamp, got out of bed, and went over to it. It was a pen, a cheap-looking ballpoint pen. Let me restart that. That was bad. Highly recommend therapy. Also TMS. What's TMS? Shock therapy. Therapy is something everyone should do. There's so many types, and it's just basically hiring someone to use their studiously spent years to add perspective to your sitch. Yeah. But what about just fucking burying all your feelings deep within inside of yourself and then one day waking up and killing your whole family? Can that just be an option? CBT is helpful. Is that cock and ball torture? To get out of unproductive thought cycles and patterns. Just smashing your nuts over and over again until you forget your problems. All right, it's all fine comparatively. I'm your therapy in chat. Honestly, you guys have been my low nights all better. I got you, dude. We can talk about anything. We'll talk through it. I'll come up with a bunch of new buzzwords that I said I heard on TikTok to make you feel like I'm real smart-like. It sounds like you're being gaslit by your own Squirble-morts, and that pretty much he, it's always a he, is a manipulative overdoer. Create new problems to get rid of the old. There you go. It's like when you roll your ankle and then you give yourself a paper cut. Typical Virgo. Thank you for the gifter too. Hassam Rahman. Thank you. I was lying in bed one night, struggling to sleep with paranoia, when I noticed something on my side dresser. I turned on the lamp, got out of bed, and went over to it. It was a pen, a cheap-looking ballpoint pen. Now, it was a bit of a nicer one, like the kind that you get in banks or something, and I picked it up, scribbled on a bit of paper, and it didn't work. Strange. I just shrugged and then threw it in the trash. Now, back in bed, thoughts were whirling around my head, and I continued to fail to sleep. Something about the pen just being on my dresser without me remembering it was bothering me. What if? No. It couldn't be, could it? And I began studying my room, my photo board, my paintings, my computer, my shelf of plushies. There was a teddy bear sitting there among them that caught my eye, and I tried to think, when had I gotten that one? I didn't recognize it, and I was sure that I didn't. What's up, Frey? My therapist told me that I didn't need therapy and he wasn't going to be my shoulder to cry on. There you go. Honestly, that's a good thing, right? When your therapist is like, alright, I've heard enough. Get the fuck out of here. Go live life like a normal person. That's so nice. Found catch your voice. Consider I've fallen asleep at most nights for COVID this year. Thanks, Alex. Good to hear ya. What's up, TJ? It's funny. I feel like YouTube notifies people in batches. Pregnancy rage is real. Are you pregnant, Jay? with a big burrito. I tried to think, when had I gotten that one? I didn't recognize it, and I was sure I didn't recognize it. Hiding under the covers, I reached out and snatched my nearby robe and then pulled it on under cover. Oh. Hiding under the covers, I reached out and snatched my nearby robe and then pulled it on under cover. Finally wrapped up, I climbed out of bed, hit the lights, and went over to the teddy. It was an expensive-looking bear, and I definitely didn't remember buying it. Picking it up, I could feel something hard inside its body. Its glassy eyes stared at me, this sort of dead shark eyes and a cute litty titty. Do you have RGBs? No, not really. I mean, my mouse kind of no, it doesn't actually. Inside of my computer, there is some blue light, and maybe, yeah, I guess that's what that is, right? RGBs, but it's specifically just like blue light. Just because all the other ones, like some of those keyboards that like flash and give you seizures, and yeah, Ruth Gator Binsberg, like some of the keyboards with the flashing lights and all that shit are just really not a big fan of all that. I don't need to be that much of a virgin. Genuinely can't take much more being pregnant. Thankfully, it's almost over. Damn. Zam. Maybe the next one you can just do it, you can hire someone to get pregnant for you. How much do you pay someone to be like a surrogate? What's up, bro? I'm walking in the woods looking for ghosts on an abandoned W2 military base. It's 1:30 a.m. That's crazy, Nathan. You know what's wild, though, is like if you have headphones on right now, it kind of takes away the scariness, doesn't it, in a weird way? Whenever you don't have to absorb like the natural sounds of your surroundings. Because if you have the headphones in right now that are noise canceling and then you take them out, how much creepier does that shit get? $10,000 in New York. I feel like that's like not enough to be pregnant for 9 months. That's like a pretty important job. I mean, I guess maybe it's kind of easy. Nah, it doesn't seem easy, but I feel like you should get at least $100K to be like pregnant for somebody. But then everybody would be pregnant all the time. I'd be fucking pregnant probably. I am pregnant. Its glassy eyes stared at me, dead shark eyes and a cute little teddy bear. Was it my imagination, or could I see a little glint in the eye? I turned the bear over, and sure enough, there was a slit I could open. I reached in and felt a large, hard object. I tore it free from the bear, and once again, sure enough, it looked to be a spy cam. I was horrified. I threw it face down and began to scour the room for other devices. And in total, I found the teddy, the pen, a smiley face badge, a plush snail, and then finally, hidden in my bathroom, a second spy cam pen. Of course, I freaked out. Even though it was the middle of the night, I called the cops and woke up my roommates. I was frantic, insisting that we check my light switches, all the fixtures, and all that kind of stuff. Hey, I've seen plenty of spy movies, and I know where they hide. Hey, I've seen plenty of spy movies and creeper-type stories. I'm pretty sure I know where they hide these types of things. And they helped me dismantle everything while the cops bagged up what I had found. We didn't find anything, and I don't know if that made me feel any better or worse. I just couldn't shake the idea that there had been... I don't know, I feel like 10K, I feel like because there's so many changes and shit that you kind of like destroy your body with while getting pregnant, dude, I feel like that's got to be worth at least 100K to carry somebody's baby. Clara, what's up, dude? I'm a twin and a triplet at the same time. No one wants me at their surrogate unless they are sure they want multiples. A twin and a triplet? How the hell did you get both? Do I know how to dwork? What is dworking? I can only guess. Make that shit dwork. 10K solely for the giving birth. So like the carrying of the child, it's like, what are these, like additional charges? They start to itemize it all. You think it's worth more? Yeah, for sure. 10K plus travel expenses, grocery, and medical. Oh, okay, so they kind of just like take care of you for a while. Now, does that mean like who do they select? Is it like a, I don't even know the context in which you even get like a surrogate, and who is going to be like your surrogate? I know they need a subscription fee, ongoing, and also you kind of wonder to yourself like, does that like fuck your brain up? I feel like that also like, doesn't that kind of fuck with you being a surrogate, because you literally create like the bond between you developing the human life form inside your body and then you give birth to it, and that's like one of the most bonding aspects of motherhood, right? Is like the whole birthing process, and then they just snatch it. Guys, please stop asking me to make my PP clap. No more of that in chat. But like, you know what I mean? Like what, like you would think, like how would that feel as a mother to have your baby or the thing that you created snatched out of you and just given to somebody else? I feel like I wouldn't be able to like appropriately compartmentalize that process. LM, welcome back for 14 months. You got a point about headphones. I have a Bluetooth sleep mask that I used to listen to this channel, Spooky Stories. Highly recommend. It's a game changer. Yeah, heck yeah, dude. The Bluetooth sleep mask is like next level. Yeah, that would be impossible for me if I was pregnant, which I am, to pass off my burrito baby. I couldn't shake the idea that they helped me dismantle everything while the cops bagged up what I had found. We didn't find anything more, and I don't know if that made me feel better or worse. I couldn't shake the idea that there had to be more, but I'd never know. The cameras were broadcasting wirelessly, which meant that there was no actual way to tell what was receiving that signal. And I assumed law enforcement would be able to trace those things, but apparently the tech available, at least to civilian crime stuff, isn't that advanced. I'm sure they probably could have worked out who it was in the... S. Davis, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. In some places, the clinics won't let you be a surrogate until you've finished your own family to avoid the issue, though it may still happen. Finished your own family. You've had your government-allotted 2 plus 2.5 kids. What do you think about the concept of adoption being human trafficking? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, anything from, what's it called? So you have like adoption, not all of it obviously, but like it's just ripe for it, right? Yeah. All of those like adoption syndicates. I mean, there was also the whole like selling of, what the fuck was it? The like fetus, stem cell kind of stuff, like selling like parts of like fetuses and all that kind of stuff from like abortion clinics. I forget exactly what that story was, but that was pretty disturbing. Like hidden camera shit, paying like thousands of dollars for like pieces of whatever. And then yeah, on top of that you have like the different orphanages and foster cares, like all of that's definitively, has a history of like child trafficking and things of that nature. It's not, obviously not all of it, but it's just, the devil will always find a crack. The storage containers. Yeah, I just remember hearing something about it, and then there was like some, I don't know if it was like that Project Veritas or whatever, but they were doing some sort of secret recordings or whatever of like people selling baby parts or some shit. I don't know what the fuck it was. 'Twas weird. Rich people treating poor women like incubators is an actual issue. Well, that's a curiosity too, because when I think of 10K, I'm sitting there thinking like, are people coming across the border and like given homes or something to live with people, and then they, they're like, also you need to carry our baby and we won't tell like, deportation services or some shit. Obama, what's up, Sam? There was a trafficking recently where they were extracting women's eggs in Georgia, the country. Yikes. Yikers! 21 adopted kids found neglected in a home in California this week. Parents are from China. Yikes. That's fucking weird, man. I mean, there's always going to be insanity from everywhere, but it's sad. There was an old video where a guy who was doing urban exploration had found like an underground lab with floating fetuses. It was a crazy video on Reddit somewhere. Jesus. Daily dose of Obama. Joey boy, have you heard of the story where Nun Orphanage had like 900 dead bodies of children found? Was that up in Canada? Was that where that was? Do you think I could incubate bird eggs if I kept them in my bra? Would they be kept warm enough? I guess you could measure the temperatures of what would be needed in the bra. Maybe you could create some type of like, heated bra system. Oh, that would be cool. You could, who knows, you could invent the first heated bra. They already have heated blankies. I'm sure they could probably have worked on it if the cameras had been planted in, say, the Pentagon, but it just wasn't worth the expense for some weird home invasion. And so, in short, someone broke into our apartment, made it look like a robbery, then planted spy cams in my room, which were left undiscovered for a few days. I tried not even to think about the amount of times I'd undressed or been in a vulnerable position in front of those cameras. If I do, it still makes me feel sick to my stomach. I could not stay in that room after that, and my roommates were paranoid that they'd been bugged too, even though we could never find any other cameras. We stayed with various friends and kept returning to that house to scour for cameras, but never found any more. And it really screwed with all of us, honestly, and I'd be lying if I said that we were over it. The absolute scariest thing to me is knowing that the spy cams left in our house were fairly basic, cheap ones that you can find in Walmart or on Amazon. Why does that scare me? Because they don't broadcast very far. And this suggests that the culprit was nearby, maybe one of our neighbors. Maybe it just means that whoever put them there wasn't just getting a signal, and I hope to God that wasn't getting... Incubrator, there you go. Carry your eggs inside your boobs. Heated bras would just be asking for boob sweat. Yeah, but what about for your eggs? Did you ever think about that? There is a need in the market. Ever since the death of God, there's been a vacancy. Did you hear the story of the person who helped another person without exception and they became good friends for decades? Wait, what? Did you hear about the story of the person who helped another person without exception? What do you mean without exception? Yes, I'm talking to you, however, I am an idiot. Huh? You're talking to me specifically, and are you saying you want me to help you without exception? Or something? Maybe it just means that whoever... Oh, yeah. Oh, he's having a conversation with us. Oh, sorry. I'm like... More bad. Maybe it just means that whoever put them there wasn't getting a signal, and I hope to God that was the case. But all I can picture is some creepy perv guy watching me changing from his living room next door, and even sitting in a car outside our place. I've never felt safe since this happened, and I hope that one day I can finally get over it. When I was a kid, we had a farm, and if the mama chickens stopped sitting on eggs and they were about to hatch, we'd put them in our bras till the incubator was ready. Oh, interesting. It's nice of you. I'd be worried if I got, like, chicken shit on my tits, you know what I mean? How do I feel about Lafubus? That's like a creature, right? All I know is that everyone from Pakistan thinks Lafubu is, the devil. Satanus. Labubu. Oh, you mean Labubu. That'd be funny, though. A Lafubu, and it's like a BET version or something. Celebs and their Labubu dolls. Yeah, I don't understand. Never really understand why shit takes off. Just get some stupid little toy. Looks like a guy. It does look like a little demon. Those things are haunted, bro. Do not bring that into my house. That shit 100% is the devil. Joel, if there was one video game you could play again for the first time, what would it be and why is it Overwatch? Yeah. Oh, man. I really liked, like, I missed Mario Galaxy, right? The first one. But then my nephew brought over his Switch, and I played the whole weekend Mario Galaxy 2, just like fresh. And it was so fucking fun. The whole time I stayed up all night and beat it. I just kept playing it. It was just so much fun. And there was always like a new thing to do on every new level, and then when you beat it, there was like New Game Plus, and it was just like, this is so good. Yeah, Mario Galaxy or Mario Odyssey was good. They were all so good. I fucking love Mario games. That's why I was kind of confused why like the Switch 2 didn't come out with like a baseline 3D Mario game. Also, I would really like if the newer side-scrolling Mario games started to implement some degree of like parkour into it. I know it wouldn't be exactly the same way as the old games, but if there was some like a little bit more flow to the movement, you know, I would really like that. Hey JFFJ, what's up, dude? What musician would you all bring back to make a new album today? I'm doing it right now. I'm paying for one to do it. He's not dead, though. Watched the new Jurassic World movie tonight. Nice, dude. How was it? Fun, overall decent movie. Nice. Honestly, that's what we're getting a lot lately of, and it's been kind of enjoyable. Just getting good, decent movies that aren't bullshit, and that's all we really want in Hollywood, you know? We don't need to be lectured about the same fucking, like, 3 political topics for the 9 millionth time. We just want entertainment and to be left alone. You thought it was wretched? Describing a movie as wretched is, I don't know why, that's really funny. You watched the new 28 Years Later. I still need to see it, bro. I promise that'll be this weekend. It absolutely has to happen. So a while ago, I met this amazing girl on Tinder. We clicked really well over chat and met up for a few dates. She was perfect, sweet, lovely, had a great sense of humor, and was pretty hot to boot. Can you tell that I regret how things went with her? Now, I'll warn you up front, this is one of the most shameful stories of my life, and I still feel really bad about it, even though it must have been nearly 7 years ago now. After a few dates, the girl, I'll just call her Kara, shyly asked me if I'd like to stay over at her place after we'd been out to dinner and the movies. Of course, I said yes. We had a great night, a great meal, and I don't remember what movie we saw, but I remember enjoying it. Back at Kara's place, it was pretty obvious that this was our night to get physical. We'd only held hands and kissed a bit previously, but that night we got straight to it, so to speak. Now, I won't go into gritty details, especially because of what happened next, but it was one of the best nights of my life. It makes it all the more bittersweet with what came after. Eventually, we fell asleep in each other's arms in her bed, and I slept... and I cried. We made love and I cried. Oh, God. Yeah, the creep in the story is me. It's always me. No matter who the bad guy is in every story, guys, just remember it's always me creating all of my own content. And that's how I get out in the world. That's how I get to see the planet. I do bad things so that people can... And then I always leave like a let's read card after I do whatever terrible thing I do to them. And I say, please submit this terrifying experience to one of my favorite YouTubers. Eventually, we fell asleep in each other's arms in her bed and slept for a few hours. I woke up to the sound... Eventually, we fell asleep in each other's arms in her bed and slept for a few hours. I woke up to the sound of breaking glass and two figures bursting into the room. I was stunned and had no idea how to react. It was all sort of a blur. They manhandled me out of the bed and dragged me into the living room. I wish I could say that my first reaction was to try and protect Kara, but mostly I was just so scared that all I could do was flail and yell like an idiot. One of them had a knife, and the other had some kind of baton. I didn't feel like testing whether they'd use either. They tied me to a dining chair and then went and got Kara, and when they brought her out, the two hooded masked figures were a lot more gentle with her, I noticed. They drew my suspicion. Now I'm manhandling someone. Me and Pradeep going in to do what we do best. Like the bonehead guy trying to write a book who went and tried to kill people on Craigslist and got caught with his crappy book detailing one success and one failure because he got caught. Damn. Hey. At least he tried. Yeah, the most gentlemanly home invaders. They tied me to a dining chair, and then they went and got Kara. When they brought her out, the two hooded masked figures were a lot more gentle with her, I noticed. Now I should note that I am just a naturally suspicious person, and I tend to overthink everything and maybe back to myself. Now I should note I am a naturally suspicious person. I tend to overthink everything and maybe back myself into a corner because of it. Now I will be the first to admit that this is not a nice trait, and this story is intended to be a cautionary tale about being like me. Don't approach everyone with suspicion. It will come back to bite you in the ass. Now with that aside, back in the living room, the two masked men, and I could tell from their voices that they were dudes, were rummaging through my overnight bag. They took my expensive watch from the bedroom and dangled it in front of me, asking if it was real or fake. I told them it was fake. They didn't believe me, and into their bag it went. Then they forced me to unlock my phone. They did this by threatening to hurt Kara in very unspecified ways. Again, I kept noticing that they were actually pretty gentle with her, and I don't know why that just kept sticking in my mind, but it did. I don't think I paid much attention to it in the moment, but I definitely did after the fact. Regardless, though, I unlocked my phone and they changed the password to ensure that they could access and, I assume, wipe it. Assume wipe their butt with it. Joel, what should I eat for a midnight snack? What do you have available? Do you have any protein? Got any protein? You have everything available. How are you? No protein. I have everything except protein. I simply have s'mores and cookies and pies. Cereal. Protein cereal. Never even met anyone on Tinder, and I had it for like 5 days max, but my god, I was still low-key stalked by a dude from there to this day. He's made hundreds of accounts trying to contact me. That's so crazy. It's so strange to me when I hear about all these experiences that chicks have with just like psycho dudes, because it seems so frequent, but I like try to wrap my mind around it, you know what I mean? Like, I try to wrap my mind around the fact that you're ignoring him. Like, why aren't you talking? Like, he sounds like a decent dude. You should just respond already. Just kidding. Regardless, though, I unlocked my phone and they changed the passcode to ensure they could access and, I assume, wipe it. This meant, of course, they'd have access to my bank details, my Apple Pay service, which was fairly new at the time, my iTunes account, and they could do a lot of damage with this info. Finally, they went through my wallet. These a-holes even shredded up a photo that I had in there of my sister, her husband, my niece and nephew, just spiteful, angry robbers who wanted to upset me, which again made me suspicious. Was there a personal angle here? How did they get in? Why did they break in? I was gagged, so I couldn't ask them any of this, and eventually they stole what cash I had in my wallet, took my cards too, and just left. They didn't rob Kara at all that I saw. They didn't search for her handbag or purse, didn't steal anything from the apartment. It was just me. I was the sole target. Afterwards, dealing with the cops, I started to get more and more suspicious. It seemed like one of the officers did too, because she kept asking me how well I knew Kara.
I know her very well. I was inside of her.
Can you just say my name like 5 more times, Joel? That's all I ask. Todd. Was listening to people earlier on men cold approaching women. Many do not want rando dudes coming up to them in the grocery stores, which we were looking for snacks and girl items. Imagine that. It's a revelation. Wow. She doesn't want to be kidnapped? Obviously, she doesn't care about the human species. Should you eat a Kit Kat bar? Listen, dude. No, you shouldn't eat a fucking Kit Kat bar. Will you eat a Kit Kat bar? Probably. But should you? Never. Never again in your entire life should you ever consume a Kit Kat bar. It destroys your hormones. It makes you unhappy. It's from Satan. So, that being said, please give it to me and I'll deal with it. Afterwards, dealing with the cops, I started to get more and more suspicious. It seemed like one of the officers did too, because he kept asking me how well I knew Kara, if it seemed like Kara knew the assailants, etc. I guess this is where the seed was really planted in my mind. We filed police reports, I canceled my cards, reported my phone stolen. Thankfully, they didn't take anything out of my bank account, but they disabled my Find My iPhone, and I'm sure they managed to jailbreak or wipe and sell it. In the days after, I sunk into a spiral of paranoia all about it all. Yeah, the Kit Kats have 2 Ks in there. Imagine if you added another K word in there, you would know exactly where Kit Kats stand on my radar. Absolute evil. But like there probably is a word for stuff like that, I just don't know what it is. Oh, we need a word for things that are hoaxes but aren't hoaxes, like Y2K. Wait, what do you mean hoaxes that aren't hoaxes? Hoaxes that aren't hoaxes. Kit Kat or Snickers? Honestly, oh my god. Dude, they should make a combo of the two. They should make a combo. That'd be so fucking good. Oh, is that what Heath bars are? I don't know why, but the Heath bars, I know they exist, and I'm sure they're yummy, but there's something about the fact that they're just called Heath bars. Like nothing, you know what I mean? Like, Snickers, Kit Kat, that's like fun to say. Heath. Heath bars just sounds like something that was derived by the Soviet Union, you know what I mean? You will eat a Heath bar. Now, enjoy it while you can. That's like the commercial for it, the candy commercial. You will come to Heath Park. You will be happy. Many of the rides have rust on it. Be careful. Rust is not good with chocolate. I'll have to do it though. It's too serious. Oh yeah, and the whatchamacallit. The only thing I remember that is because Michael Scott had done a whatchamacallit sale or something on like season 1. Could we talk about the difference between humanity and human nature? Was faced with someone to save yourself, the victim was not a direct threat rather than someone out of self-defense. We already know the answer to that one, honestly. The Heath, now if they called it the Heath Ledger Bar, I'd be gobbling that up. The 5 Avenue. Honestly, I need to trick or treat again this year, I think, just so I can kind of reset my perspectives on most candy. Because, you know, when you go out and trick or treat, you're going to be inundated with all sorts of samplings, which is really the whole point of trick or treating in general. Is like, not only are they buying all of your candy and your, you know, disgusting high fructose corn syrup molds, but it's also kind of essentially advertising to all the children. What would my costume be? There would be no costume. I would just simply let them know that I'd like what, you know, I just think it's kind of unfair that all the kids get shit and I get nothing. Never get anything. Fuck. You went trick-or-treating until you were 18? Holy shit, you lucky dog. I think my dad made me stop at like 13. It was so sad. I was just like, what? Fuck you. Fuck you, Mom and Dad. I'm going trick-or-treating. All those years I missed, now I'm going to do it at 35. Like a real guy. Have Eric considered stealing baby from a candy? It's like stealing baby from a candy. Hell yeah, man, my mom loved it because it's a good thing instead of being like out doing drugs. Nah, you know, that sounds nice, honestly. Sounds like you had a nice upbringing in a safe environment. Grown man goes on semi-polite rampage on Halloween night, demanding candy. Steals candy. You take your kid's candy. Yeah, that's the dad tax or the mom tax. Oh, that's actually a great idea. You could actually pay. I mean, I guess technically you could also just pay for the candy directly, but sometimes it's about the experience. So you could pay a kid to go trick-or-treating on your behest. Oh my God. That's a new service we're going to do. A once-a-year app. A one day out of the year app where it's like Uber, but it's like kids will start these profiles and then you find them and give them money to go get you candy on Halloween. There's nothing that could go wrong with that, I swear. How do you pronounce pecan? Pecan or pecan? Pecan, if I want to be really formal, I'll say pecan pie. I'll take a peek. Or if you want to drink pee from a can, you'll say, I'll take a pecan, please. What's the difference between humanity and human nature? I mean, humanity is more of like a definition of like the population. And human nature is more of like the actions taken by said population, so I don't really think they're comparable per se, at least in a vocabulary sense, unless you had a different, definition for them. When I hand out candy, some teenagers get embarrassed about how they're still trick-or-treating, and I tell them, dude, you're having fun and getting candy. That's all I imagine. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And then they take out an egg, throw it at your face. Ha, got you. In the days after, I sunk into a spiral of paranoia about it all. Kara was being evasive with me, I thought, and didn't seem to want to talk to me. I kept trying to ask her if she had any idea who the home invaders were and why they'd targeted us. She said she had no idea, but told me they'd gotten in through an open window. She said she had no idea, and I guess I was kind of an idiot about that because I replied a little snappily saying that I would have preferred to know the place was locked up. Wait. Sorry, I lost my place here. Humanity is like protecting and doing good for humans. Human nature is... I guess it just depends on what you're doing. Because it sounds like when you say, oh, the because you say, oh, the humanity, or if you describe humanity as like a noun, you know what I mean? She said that God damn it, where am I? Oh. Ever been pulled over? I've been pulled over really only, I think, like twice in my life. Once when I was in high school, and of course I was out past, because I was getting my like learner's permit, so I was out past a certain time and had to be escorted home. Which was really stupid, because my father was like not even angry at me, he was just angry at the police officer, because he's like, so you had to wake me up even though he was on his way home, and he was going to deliver himself home, but you had to wake me up to let me know that he was out past, whatever the fuck curfew. Which was a really roundabout thing for the cops to do, just because they're being jerkazoids, I guess, but... And then I think I got pulled over going to a show in, like, Philadelphia or something one time. And that was really dumb. Just because I was, like, speeding or some shit. I'm a criminal. I'm a literal criminal. What show was it? I think it was, like Sam Hyde and the $1 Million Extreme guys. Like, they were having like some sort of like live showing or like live comedy type thing, and my friends wanted to go, so I was like, all right, I'll go to that. And it was pretty funny. I mean, it was pretty funny because there was some guy like back on a couch in like the back area that was like so fucking like piss drunk. I think he like fell off, or like he like fell off the top balcony or something from the thing. I don't know. It was really funny. Lamb of God, Philadelphia. You've been pulled over probably 40 times. Really, babes? That's insane. Have you ever gotten like suspended license or anything? I don't know. Have you been put in maximum security? Yeah, you gotta bury her under the ocean like Osama bin Laden. Do I like metal? I do like metal. I've been to some metal shows, but it's so loud that my ears are always like ringing at the end, and some people will like the mosh pit. I got punched in the face at the mosh pit, and I was like, I don't really like this. It's like, that hurt my face. And now I have like swelling, I like woke up the next morning with like, look like I got stung by a bee, and And it was weird because when I got hit in the face, I felt like I was being nice to everybody because I was like bouncing off of people, right? But then when I got hit in the face, it was kind of like unwarranted. What's my favorite kind of metal? Yeah, tungsten would be great. That's the fun of it, I guess. But it was, when I got hit, it was like in the front of the nose, but also like teeth. So a part of me was just like immediately like, okay, I have to protect my nose and teeth because we need to keep those looking good. The police harassed you at a concert. That sucks. I passed out in a mosh, but once carried with safety. Oh, okay. I thought you like got drunk and passed out, but that's scary. You never know what could happen. Just one of those punchable faces, I guess. It was just so annoying because I was like doing like the typical like you bump into people, but I was kind of like, spin moving off of them could like mitigate the physics of my body going into them, and I was. So, like, whoever hit me was probably doing that stupid move where they just, like, flail their arms or some shit. It's so fucking cringe. In the days after, I sunk into a spiral of paranoia about it all. Kara was being evasive with me. I thought, no. Kara was being evasive with me, I thought, and didn't seem to want to talk to me. I kept trying to ask her if she had any idea who the home invaders were or why they'd targeted us. She said she had no idea, but told me that while they broke the glass, they had gotten in through an open window in the living room. And I guess I was kind of a jerk about that because I replied a little snappily saying that I would have preferred to know that the place was actually locked up before staying there. Then, when she stopped replying, I started sending her messages about why the thieves had targeted me specifically. And at first, I sort of framed it like, hey, why do you think it went down like this? And then I started getting a bit more direct. I told her it was incredibly convenient that only I had been robbed, and that she was totally fine. I could tell this hurt her, and it also made her mad because she started getting pretty angry and abusive about that. And I just... Oh, I thought the battling of the lashes... Oh, sorry. I was trying to read what you said. Sometimes you get put in positions to lock up, you have to protect yourself or fight. Or you disobey the corrections officer and get write-ups. Just want to send a thank you for posting these amazing videos. They have kept me company since I was 16. Please always keep up. Thank you, Sugar Beet. Good to see you, and thanks for listening. Appreciate you. Wear a jockstrap. Yeah, wear a jockstrap and a cup to the metal show. And a football helmet and football pads. I'd just like to say I don't blame her. I was a complete idiot and I deserve to be chewed out about it. I guess all I can say in my defense is that I was... Whoops. I could tell this hurt her and also made her mad because she started getting pretty angry and defensive about that. And I just like to say now that I don't blame her. I was a complete jerk and I deserve to be chewed out about it. I guess all I can say in my defense is that I was pretty traumatized from the event, and I didn't really know Kara all that well. And in the end, after it seemed like the case had gone cold and there was no hope of the police catching these people, I just flat out accused her of setting me up. And she lost it at me, of course, which in retrospect I fully deserved. Again, I cannot stress how bad I feel about all of this, as you can probably guess. Kara did... Oh, I thought we were getting at the fact that it was a setup. Well, that was interesting. Malice with a 5 says, on Saturday I get to shoot my first concert. Got my media pass and all. Wish me luck, bud. I said, yeah, good luck, Malice. That's sick. Who are you filming? If you're allowed to say. If you want to say. Hey, Derek Stamey. Sorry I didn't see you there. What's up, broski? Again, I cannot stress how bad I feel about all this, and as you can probably guess, Kara did not set me up. The reason I suspected it, other than the behavior of the thieves, was that I'd become sure that I had identified at least one of the culprits. Kara had an ex-boyfriend, who I found by stalking her Facebook and Twitter profiles, and it seemed like she'd kicked him to the curb and he wasn't very happy about it. He was a weaselly, wiry-looking guy with a very snide expression, and I didn't much like him. His social media feed was filled with performative nice guy self-pitying crap, which also rubbed me the wrong way, and I discovered from his own Twitter posts that he had a record for breaking and entering and had narrowly avoided juvie as a kid. Hilariously, he had an upper-middle-class guy with a he was an upper-middle-class guy with a chip on his shoulder who acted like the world owed him a favor, but really his rich parents had gotten him off that charge. And in my conspiracy brain-coded mind, I put two and two together and came up with five. Justin's trying to steal people's lashes. He's like the tooth fairy, but he takes your luscious locks. Favorite form of tater? Tot. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? He's so cute. When he stares at me like, huh? In my conspiracy brain-coded mind, I put two and two together and came up with 5. A scenario where Kara and Nice Guy had faked their breakup on social media and were luring in poor unsuspecting Tinder dates like myself to be robbed at knife point. I even went so far as to tell the cops my theory, and they said they'd look into it. I have no idea if they ever interviewed this Nice Guy, but I hope they did. And I also became certain that the other thief had been his friend Bill, who had also interacted. Okay. The Toot Fairy. He's sucking out everybody's farts. Scalloped taters. There's really nothing worse than someone who has prepared a potato that just is like too starchy and too yucky, or just like not enough flavor. Definitely too starchy is the worst. Have I ever gotten revenge on someone? Yeah, I did. Tater tots in your pocket for later. I also became certain that the other thief had been my friend Bill, who he also interacted with on social media. I built up this whole narrative in my head. In the end, I completely cut off Kara, convinced that she'd been responsible for one of the worst nights of my life. For the next 6 months, I callously recounted the story of the Tinder date who scammed me to a few friends, until one day something stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a news story about a breaking and entering gone wrong, where a woman in my town had been the victim of a break-in and assault. And a packet of salt. No, yeah, I don't know. The more I think about the revenge scenario, I'm just leave it at that, honestly. I might even have talked about it in like an old stream, like old stream, but it was bad. It was a news story about a breaking and entering gone wrong, where a woman in my town had been the victim of a break-in and assault and suffered life-changing injuries as a result. It was Kara, and the culprit was indeed... It was Kara, and the culprit was Nice Guy. I've been so fixated on the idea that Kara was in on it that I never considered the possibility that I was mostly right. It was Kara, and the culprit was Nice Guy. I've been so fixated on the idea that Kara was in on it that I never considered the possibility that I was mostly right, but wrong about that part. From what I can gather, Nice Guy did break in out of jealousy and did rob me in revenge, but Kara wasn't part of that plan. He simply wanted to scare her out of dating anyone else. When that clearly failed, he grew more and more jealous and I guess eventually went back for Kara, this time causing permanent damage to her. I guess there's still a tiny possibility that Kara was complicit in the first home invasion, but I really don't think so. Instead, I blamed an innocent girl for the actions of her awful ex, and then left her to deal with him. I've spent the last few years trying to forgive myself for this, because I sure as heck won't be asking Kara for forgiveness. That woman's heard enough from me for a lifetime. Do you know how many stories we've read so far? At least one, yeah, true. True. I think that was 5? Too many. Joel, I'm eating a Kit Kat bar. What are you going to do about it? Give it to me. Give it to me. 45 stories tonight, damn. Zam. 45. Okay. What? What? What's going on? Alright, hi there, got a bit of... Okay, yeah, so this will be the last story. And before I go up to get my magnesium, I set off the smoke detectors at 3 a.m. on the last day living with my roommate from hell. That felt good, too. Nice, dude. Is this what it's like recording stories every time? Yeah, in the live streams, basically it's just me recording stories sort of ADHD-like, and then people say stuff in chat and I make jokes and fart and stuff. It's pretty fun. But yeah, eventually it gets turned into an edited video that I put on YouTube and Patreon and all that kind of stuff. Magnesium jello shot, that'd be great. You haven't heard a single fart all the entire night. They've been silent. They've been deadly. You're wondering why you haven't heard from Pradeep much. He can barely move. He's in a carbon monoxide-based daze. Is that what farts are made out of? No, methane. Methane-based daze. He's got one of those like leather suits on that has like a tube that goes right up to his face. I'm trying to get canceled here for not the week of heart. The week of heart. Farting horror stories. I do remember one time my buddy farted in the mall and he shit his pants, and then he had to go to the bathroom and take off his undies and throw them out. But I remember the stupidest thing that he did is that he brought his undies out of that bathroom rather than just throwing them away in the bathroom. I was like, what are you doing? And then he like freaked out and then threw those undies in like one of the public trash cans that was like out in the midst of the mall. And so like, you know, whatever shit was there most likely would waft up into a young child's mouth. Which is pretty funny to think about, but also just like, why are you still carrying those poop-covered freaking undies? Oh man, it's funny because Penguin knows latest videos they're experimenting if they can freeze fart. What? Really? Oh, like he's reacting to it. In my head, I was like, wow, Penguin Zero actually doing something and not slop content for... But then I realized that's an impossibility. Oh, he's actually doing it? Whoa. He's a fucking scientist. It's kink content. I mean, he has a lot of dildos. Does he have to test all of them on his own butthole? This will be a friendship ender. Hey, Shorn, what's up? Alright, dudes. I'll be right back, actually. Yeah, let me go get my magnesium. I will BRB. Talk amongst yourselves. poop shit. Or if that's what Jesus said when he came back from hell. Hello. Poop shit. The bread has risen. The land of the rising crust. I always thought that would be really funny if they had like a, you know how there's like just all these different types of like pizzas? You get a pizza, a frozen pizza at the store. And you know what I mean? Like I always just thought it was weird they have the Red Baron, right? And then I was just thinking how funny it would be if they just like had one called like Kamikaze Pizza. And it's just like, all of it is just like 1940s like Japanese military like propaganda style commercials, but it's all like kind of like pizza oriented. And at the end it's like the land of the rising crust. Like but then like really on, you know, like the fallen soldiers like overlaid in the background of like a sunset. Yo, Roki, thank you for the 10 gifters, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you, bro. How many we had tonight? That's somebody else gifted 20, so that means I might have to match the 30. Have you seen Penguin's old YouTube shorts where he's talking about something while actively shitting on the toilet? I have not, no. I got something in my eye. What is it? Get it out. Get it out! You guys ready for this last mischievous frog? Let's read. How can we find previous live streams that are older than a year? YouTube only shows a year back. So there's a playlist, right? There's a playlist called live streams or just streams. And I believe those go back to like the very beginning. Roki, thank you again for the 10, my dude. How long you been doing lives? 3 years? Dude, people have been, there's some people in here, I think they have like memberships for like 6 years. I literally might have been, I'm gonna go take a look-see. Cause it's crazy. Playlists. The playlist is called, what the hell is it called? So if you get to the playlist, okay, it's in the bottom right almost. Streams, live narration, Q&A. And then you scroll down. Oh wow. 600, I've streamed 675 times. Holy shit, dude. Wait. How do we load more? Where's this one from? Fuck. Okay. Holy crap. Yandere. Yandere stuff would be a good topic. I don't even know if anybody even remembers that. Oh my god. One of my first ever streams. 8 years ago. Christ, dude. My first ever stream was from 8 years ago. That's insane. I didn't even know YouTube did stream. Must have been like right when they did it. And then I played Little Nightmares at 350k subscriber stream. That's insane. I sound exactly the same. Holy fuck. You want to hear me streaming Little Nightmares?
inside of a womb at one point, and now look at me. I'm playing a video game for everybody.
I have the same laugh.
Lex says, don't die. Oh, nice. Throw me a treat.
Oh my god. What a nerd. Is it bad that I haven't changed at all?
Kids are.
Am I stuck? Am I stuck at this age forever?
K-pop. I have in the past.
Oh, that's back when I had a lisp.
I can't say it's part of my normal repertoire.
Mischievous dog.
Jesus Christ. Wish I could go back in time and beat that guy up. Freaking nerd. Hey, Ron. Welcome back for 7 months. How you been, Big Daddy J? Still loving the content. Thank you. What have you been up to? You're stuck till you hit 38. Is that when it... That's when the next phase starts. You know I'm a baddie. Yeah, bad. A literal criminal. Still a nerd, yeah. Your voice has matured. I watched all your videos for 78 years ago. That's crazy. Yeah, definitely some progression there, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe because I'm, like, talking in the deepness of it more frequently or something. Or maybe I'm, like, playing into it or whatever. Dimples. Yeah. Just lower back dimples. Alright. We got one more story. Can I say hi? Hello. Sack dimples, yeah. Just dimples in the soft spot of my skull that never finished forming. Your voice vibrates so much better now, if I do say so myself. If I do they do my best. Thank you. The perfect itch. Maybe we should start an ASMR channel. Again. Come across an AI video that sounded like you but older. It was weird, strange. A bat wing reveal, yeah. There's this cute video online of these kids seeing the AI version of their older self. I normally hate anything involving this, but that was cool. It'd be crazy if it's like super accurate, you know what I mean? Cheese grater to the balls ASMR. It's just me screaming inside of a cell. What did happen in the ASMR channel? The world wants to know. Slams mic in face. Yeah. Yeah, it was just the only reason I did it to begin with was just because what happened? Like, I switched to doing 4 videos a week for a while, but it was basically I would like record 2 videos and then cut them in half. And then that didn't really work out. It actually got me less views. So I switched back to the 3 videos a week. And then just didn't really have time for the interest really for ASMR stuff. Which I guess technically now I do 2 videos, so I could, well, I can't really now because I do the Mr. Ballin' and the no sleep stuff. I don't know, I guess if I really locked the fuck in, I could do so much more shit probably. I could just like pack my schedule full of nonsense. ASM Joel. My demo has you in a chokehold. Yeah, what'd you think of it? Did you like it? I probably should update that at some point, huh? Got a bit of a crazy story for you that happened to me a few weeks ago. You see, I'm in the UK and we have a bit of an epidemic on our hands. I don't mean like COVID or anything like that. I'm talking about IRL streamers. Have you ever heard of a little toe rag called Secret Mizzy? He's a 20-year-old man-child called Bakari Bronze Ogier. What the fuck? People still get dermal implants. Dermal implants. What the hell is a dermal implant? I remember people get like the buccal. Like they get the buccal fat removed from their cheeks or some shit. Did anyone reach out to you after the demo reel? Well, you know, the Mr. Ballin contact, as well as like No Sleep, did open some doors in regards to like communications with certain agencies, which is pretty neat. I don't know the specifics on like how that's all going to transpire, but I do hope that in some, you know, perfect world, I at some point get to do voice acting in some capacity. Like that would be like a big passion of mine to finally get to come to you guys and be like, dudes, I'm literally going to be in the new Squall of Duty, or like, bros, I'm going to be in the new My Hero Academia, you know, season 69. Something cool, you know what I mean? Something where it's just like, it's a fun project, you get to be a part of it, or maybe something continuous too, you know, Joel and, yeah, I need a Fortnite skin. My Hero Macadamia Nut, yeah. Me and GTA 6. Oh yeah, maybe they'll have like a full true crime. I mean, there's got to be some true crime radio station or something that's like kind of comedic or something. Like I could totally see that in GTA 6, especially since it's like modern day. And then maybe like one of the true crime like things that they talk about is like ongoing, and it's something that the player could like solve, you know? That would be badass. I did like face dimple once just because I don't have dimples. Oh, you got implants? What? Like injections? Or do they put you in the GTA radio? I mean, they can. They have my permission. Take this as my verbal permission that you may use the Let's Read YouTube channel on GTA 6 radio. I always think like how cool that must have felt for Tyler the Creator back in like 2013 when GTA 5 came out to like be like, I think his music was on the GTA, one of the GTA stations. I'm like, man, that must have been such a cool feeling for him. Guys, it can't stop me from yawning. Guys, when people yawn, it's a good thing. If you yawn because you hear someone else yawn, it's a good thing. It means you're relaxed. It means that there's no bears around you, no predators, no wars going on outside. You're doing A-okay if you're yawning. I wonder if Charlie A.K. Critical will be in GTA 6. Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, so today I'm going to tell you basically like what Reddit wants me to say, and Twitter, just because I don't like it when they're mad at me and I don't make as much money. Okay, anyway, see ya. So I got a bit of a crazy story for you that happened to me a few weeks ago. I'm in the UK and we have a bit of an epidemic on our hands. I don't mean COVID or anything like that. I'm talking about IRL streamers. Have you ever heard of a little toe rag called Secret Mizzy? He's a 20-year-old man-child called Bakari Bronze Ogario, who in 2023 used to film himself pranking members of public of the public by breaking into people's houses while live streaming. Hilarious, right? He allegedly did a bunch of stuff like breaking and entering, theft, property damage, etc. And I say allegedly because I don't remember which things he got charged for and which he didn't, and I don't care enough about that little scrote to go digging. Either way, he ended up serving 6 weeks in prison for it, and then came out and gave an interview about how he's turning his life around. Now props to him, I guess. Maybe he will, but that doesn't change the fact that he inspired a bunch of dumbass. Tomas. That little scrote. Eric Luttrell, thank you, and welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You know what, I want them to make a full body scanner, then you can play literally as yourself in GTA. That would be sick. That'd be sweet. Did you know that Moist was an extra in Hunger Games? That's cool. I've always been curious about like Markiplier and stuff. Like, Mark always seemed to have like, I remember him saying that he had like some passion for like acting and doing skits and comedy and all that kind of stuff, and that was like where initially his channel started before the whole, Let's Plays and all that kind of stuff. And I've always just been like curious, like, did he ever get to like evolve into the role of like acting in things? I feel like his presence in some of those movies, especially like the video game ones, maybe would have been a huge draw of sorts. Five Nights at Freddy, maybe the next Five Nights at Freddy's, I hope he's in it or whatever, but I'm just surprised that he hasn't had like more opportunities in like a mainstream, especially with his voice. Like his voice, hello everyone, or what is it? Hello everyone, my name is Markiplier, you know, kind of thing. I don't know, I just feel like you would have seen him somewhere. He's making his own movie, taking a lot of his time. Oh, okay, well, there you go. Just make your own. Easy peasy. He also voice acted on Cartoon Network. That's dope. What did he do on that? Markiplier has been an intern for Corridor Crew, the VFX channel, if you've seen that. An intern, oh. Like he's trying to learn how to get really good at doing visual effects or something? He does, in fact, have a series of Tubi and is working on a movie. That's dope. Okay, well I wasn't, yeah, I guess I should have paid more attention. He voiced a Sigma villain? That's cool. Yeah, he'd be a great villain. I really like him. I mean, I like him. I just like that he's just kind of just been just consistently himself. Like he's just kind of like stuck in time, you know, as a person. And I think that's nice to see. How long does it typically take for you to make a whole video plus edit? You know, these streams, I guess we were 4 hours in, and then say I would have finished at 4 hours or whatever, I would edit. I guess editing might take me like another 2 to 3 hours or something like that, or I don't know. I would say like each video maybe takes like 5 to 6 hours. It's not that hard, honestly. Well, it's not hard at all, if I'm being honest. This is like, I do the live stream because it's like fun. Props to him, I guess. Maybe. Oh. Did you read the new Corey Kenshin drama? You know, I briefly saw it, and there's like a part of me that's like, this doesn't sit right with me. Like, so maybe you can fill me in on what occurred there, but my instinct based on like what's presented to me there is that there's a lot of inference, you know what I mean, kind of stuff. A lot of it, in many ways, I guess you could say is like slanderous or libelous in a lot of ways. Because, I mean, I don't think you like loosely come out with like an inferred accusation against somebody like that, especially if they're like an ex. And a lot of the internet are kind of like primed at this point to not really take legitimate allegations like seriously like that or whatever they might be. So that's why I'm just, you know, like anything, you wait till you get like the actual facts on the matter. And I don't, you know, and even just like seeing it, the fact that it was just like her, at least what I saw out of context was just like her taking a video where they're like walking together and her like insinuating that he like, I don't even like want to say it, you know what I mean? But he kind of like went along with it almost like it was like some type of dark joke between them, you know what I mean? Like between a couple in some abstract, weird sexual way or whatever. And then for some reason that it gets used against him like 7 years later. It just doesn't add up for me. And I really don't appreciate that idea. She ended up backing down and acting like she never meant to make him look bad. the video was actually shipped to show the good times they had. Okay, well, that's even more fucked, you know, because now we have, you know, low information people like myself who just kind of catch things in passing and sit there and even have to like think about the poor guy in a negative light, right? And imagine how much like money that's cost, that like, and reputation that's cost this guy because some ex wants to fuck around and make someone look like, insinuate that they're like a bad guy in all sorts, you know, because you do these things, you release this shit, and then like all the more like, you know, psychologically unwell people that exist within the realm of Reddit and Twitter and all the social media sphere, they don't know what happens. They don't care enough to know what happens. All they know and hear is some very base accusation, and it's true. It's immediately gospel to them. Okay, right. Well, like, if she admitted that he never did that to him, then why even fucking bring it up in the goddamn first place? Just so that you can smear his reputation. Like, that's the type of shit that like should be legally prosecuted, in my opinion. Like, how much money, like, because there's a lot of people that don't know this, and I'm sure he'll, you know, make it out the other side fine. But when you're talking about someone who's getting hundreds of millions of views, you know, it's dangerous. That's a lot of like he could potentially get a lawyer and like, you know what I mean, take it. I don't know. It's just fucked. You can't do that kind of shit. It's genuinely like it's criminal in my mind. Because I mean, like, a lot of the times, like, reputation is like all people really fucking have. And if you just want to like fucking dismantle that in a fucking tweet, you know. Well, they were talking about Corey Kenshin and some fake accusations against him and stuff, but I just don't even understand. I don't even understand why she would even play around. You know what I mean? Like, that shit. That's not good, man. Poor, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of his shit or anything like that, but I mean, from what I've gathered, he seems like it's fine. You know what I mean? He's a fine gentleman doing his thing, whatever, you know. Her old roommate came out and exposed her as being manipulated. I mean, I could tell from the fucking video that there was something mentally unwell about her. Now, that doesn't mean that I know it, but at the same time, I'm not fucking listening to this chick. Like, I don't know. I hate that. I hate that shit. What's up, Brittany? How you doing? It was Oscar the Grouch. He pulled somebody into his trash can and did something unspeakable. And props to him, I guess. Maybe he will, but that doesn't change the fact that he inspired a bunch of dumbass TikTok kids and overgrown kids to follow in his idiot footsteps. Now, inserting this isn't... No, I'm just going to insert this in here. I did go and look him up to find out his actual name, and it seems like he's got a kid. Christ, poor child. I hope Secret Mizzy turns his life around for the sake of that kid, if nothing else. Now anyway, this isn't about him. This is about a guy in my year at college who I guess thought Secret Mizzy was the coolest Mother Hubbard in the whole of Stockton-on-Tees. Stockton-on-Tees, is that a place? Stockton-on-Tees. That's such a fucking... That's like the most British place of all time. Welcome to Stockton-on-Tees. Think of a number between 1 and 10. 2. These are the days of our lives. True. I was listening to your Halloween video where I can't wait for spooky season no longer. I know, isn't it kind of crazy? We're like... I feel like we're going to be there, and it makes me a little sad because... If we get to spooky season, that means it's cold season. And if we get to cold season, that means it's less happy season, you know? Like this year in Pennsylvania, it took till June to get like consistently warm and comfortable. And now you're telling me like June, July, August, September will be warm. So we get and then October is kind of one of those months where it can still be warm for a while, but you might get the random cold, uncomfortable days. And then November is pretty consistently like cold and uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in Pennsylvania, it's fucking 8 months out of the year, it's cold and shitty. I guess, yeah, that's free air conditioning, true. Yeah, if you're from the UK and they make you feel bad every time you turn that shit on. They don't even fucking sell them. I mean, cozy weather is nice, but good God, I'll take fucking 90-degree weather and sunny. I'll go live in Jamaica, bro. I don't give a fuck. That sounds amazing. Ms. Joe, how are you? Good to see you. I wish it was cold in October where I live. It's like 80 in October. Yeah, it's kind of like fluctuates back and forth around here. You gotta snuggle up with the homies, true. We get weathers here where it's in morning till noon it's hot, then afternoon and night it's gray and rainy. Love those weather. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are in Arizona, that does sound pretty miserable. Les Miserables. Americans telling people from the UK about our mosquitoes is funny. Americans telling people from the UK about our mosquitoes. Oh, like the UK, people in the UK don't get mosquitoes? Do they really not have mosquitoes? Well, where the hell's Bill Gates? Tell him to go fucking airdrop some of that shit, bro. We'll catch the UK up real nice and quick like. Anyway, this isn't about him. This is about a guy in my year at college who, I guess, thought Secret Mizzy was the coolest Mother Hubbard in the whole of Stockton-on-Tees. I remember overhearing him at college with the girls and rolling my eyes hard as he was playing those dumb Secret Mizzy clips. This was this year too, 2025. Imagine still idolizing this guy a year after he'd served hard time for his stupid TikTok actions. I'm only 18, but people say I'm old and grumpy for my age, and maybe that shows, but holy heck, I cannot relate to some people of my generation. This guy, who I kid you not called himself the Jizzler, well, he was particularly unrelatable. The Jizzler. The Jizzler. The mosquitoes inject us with nanobots. Is that what happens? Is that how small the bots are? That's crazy. Joel, have you ever think of moving for real to another country, state? Yeah, I mean, I thought about it. It's just like it's tough, like the idea of just completely starting anew somewhere else, you know, because it's like, where would I go? Like, where do you even fucking go, you know? And then you're just supposed to... Like, I'm not like I'm an outgoing guy, like I'm a sociable person, like I can get along with people and all that kind of stuff, but like I'm not like some people who just like immediately am just loud and obnoxious and fit right the fuck in, you know what I mean? I definitely, you know, appreciate my routines. I appreciate my creature comforts and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate the fact that like all of my network that I built around here over the course of a long time is, yeah. Dude, I had friends move to Florida and they wanted me to move down. And guess what fucking happened to them? And I feel terrible for them. I love them. But they got shit on by hurricanes and they lost their fucking home. Remember we did a whole like, you know, raising money for them and stuff? Which, thank you again for that, but it's just, it's sad, man. And the craziest part is that they're like, family members live literally 15 minutes up the road, and then they didn't get like, you know, disastrously flooded. Just getting off of work at the good old Burlington Coat Factory at 1 a.m. and I'm really happy to see you're still alive. Getting off of work? Interesting. 1 a.m. Burlington Coat Factory. What the hell were you doing? Making the coats? killing the bears to make the coats. Like that's, I feel like that place should have been closed at 5 p.m. Unless you work in the factory. I could always move again. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess, are there Burlington? I remember hearing commercials. Burlington Coat Factory. Like, it always sounds like such a exciting place, I guess. Like, I imagine, like, Paddington Bear is there wearing a cool coat, and I just, maybe a bunch of, like Chinese slave children just, like, working away. Good night, I'll see you Sunday. I'll beg for more Kit Kats then. You bet, tea time. Maybe I'll be streaming Saturday for some bonus content. I will let you know. Queen Laquifa with the 350 says, anyone ever recognize your voice? Not that I know of, honestly. Isn't my network online? I mean, I've created a network online as well, too, but I just mean, like, my friendships, my relationships, my family, all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm from this state, to just go and be solo elsewhere, like, you're gonna miss out. Like, I like to travel. I'll go, like, traveling places, but and what am I even saying? I'll travel wherever you want me to go. I'll go there right now. We'll book a ticket. Yeah, they only recognize my voice because I'm the only guy that's whispering into their ear in public at a Dunkin' Donuts. How did you make friends that live out of state? Did they all move, or some already living out of state? Yeah, they moved. So I met them through my old job, and then they ended up moving during, like, COVID bullshit. But they were waiting for the opportunity to go down somewhere, and they said they loved Florida. Like, they really did love the idea of just, like, essentially every day, even in, like, February, is like a warm hug when you walk outside. It's just unfortunate that, like, them damn weather machines down there. I don't know. It just sucks. Moved to 2 different states twice. Always come back. Everybody always returns to the hive, I was praying every time a hurricane was near. I'm so blessed, thankful she moved back. It's scary. And it's scary, too, because, like, they're basically recovering from a second storm. And then, we're going into hurricane season now, right? All the way up to, like, September and October. And it's like, how, they almost need to, like, figure out how to, like, sell that property and, like, get moved all in the span of a time without another fucking hurricane, like, completely destroying shit again, which probably will, and it's fucking sad. Around traveling in their RVs. Come to Vegas, dude. I don't want to go to... what do I even do in Vegas? I don't like to gamble. I don't like to get stabbed in the streets. I don't know. Reno, maybe. No, I'm just kidding. This guy, who I kid you not called himself the Jizzler, well, he was particularly unrelatable. Also, horror of horrors, he had a crush on me, so he'd often lurk around me at college, flanked by his idiot friends who just guffawed at his lame jokes and encouraged him to do stupid stunts like leaping down the stairs and filming it, pranking the teachers and other students, all that kind of obnoxious stuff. He would film it and also live stream it to TikTok, where he had something like 10 followers. Secret Mizzy, he was not. This lameo couldn't even troll well. The Jizzler wasn't really someone that I thought about unless I had to, but that day in March when this happened, he didn't leave me any choice. I'd walked home from college with my bestie Annalise. Annalise? Winston with the 5 says, I just tried that dirty soda drink that was mentioned from last live stream. Story, sugar-free Coke with milk and whipped cream. It was good. Oh, okay. Who mentioned dirty soda? I don't quite recall that. Did I talk about a dirty soda? What about a New Jersey Turnpike? The jizzler! Annalise, okay. Would I fight the jizzler? I think I'm about to. But it got very messy. The jizzler wasn't really someone I thought about unless I had to. But that day in March when this happened, he didn't leave me any choice. I'd walked from college with my bestie Annalise, and we were hanging out at my place doing media studies homework. My dad and stepmom were out with my baby brother and wouldn't be back until late that night. It was just... wait. Oh. It was just past 6 when the doorbell rang. I went to answer it, figuring it was an Amazon delivery driver or something. The jizzler and one of his stupid mates stood on the doorstep. They absolutely reeked of spirits, and as I looked, Jizzler took a deep inhale from a balloon. Whippets and all that crap had been all the rage at our college this year, and Jizzler was particularly fond of killing a few brain cells before committing his latest stunt. I didn't even have time to react. He shoved his way into my house, leaving his mate on the doorstep. Alarmed, I quickly slammed the door, locking the mate out. And that didn't deter Jizzler, though, who was staggering and stumbling his way around my hallway. You've just been home invaded by the Jizzler. Sorry.
Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, I've yawned. I'm going to make you inadvertently tired as well.
That didn't deter Jizzler, though, who was staggering and stumbling his way down my hallway, holding his phone up on a selfie stick. He was narrating into the phone, but his words made no sense. Whatever he was on or had been drinking, it had scrambled his brain. Jizzler reeled and staggered down the hall. He knocked into the side table and sent an expensive vase crashing to the ground. I shrieked, trying to grab at him, and he shoved me hard against the wall, sending family photos crashing to the ground. In that moment, I was incensed. He couldn't do this. This was a crime. I shouted as much at him, and he just laughed and didn't seem to care at all. I followed him into the living room, grabbing at him, trying to stop this maniac. Annalise had come running from the kitchen to see what was going on, and she looked horrified. Annalise is a quiet, shy, gentle person, the polar opposite to me, someone who is not shy from picking a fight if I feel an injustice. The Shawshank Redemption. The Jizzler is outside. I can hear him, dragging his slurpy tail. The Nutbuster. What do you think his sidekick out there on the porch is called? Annalise is a quiet, shy, gentle person, the polar opposite to me, someone who does not shy from picking a fight if I feel an injustice is occurring. Jizzler was picking up my parents' things, his phone held up all the while, and he found my grand's ornament. Spuge. And he found my grand's ornament cupboard. And he found my grand's ornament cupboard, which we'd inherited from her when she went into the home. And oh no, all her little glass models and ornaments, swans, dogs, clowns, things like that. Jizzler turned so the camera was filming him and reached behind him, sweeping ornaments off the shelf. They crashed to the ground, shattering, and I began to scream, and so did Annalise. Jizzler just laughed, grabbing another ornament and flinging it at the wall. I lunged at him again, slapping and trying to claw at him, but I guess whatever drugs and alcohol he is on made him oblivious to any pain. Instead, He shoved me again, even harder, and I fell back and jarred my back against the fireplace. Instant pain as my tailbone connected with the grate and I started sobbing. Meanwhile, the jizzler was now pulling the satay. The jizzler. What's up, guys? It's the jizzler. The Jorzlor.
Why, so penis. The jizzler.
Okay. Wait, would you be able to do whippets from a balloon? Honest question. Does that even count as whippets if you're just inhaling helium from a balloon? Is this going to anger the boomers hearing jizzler so many times? Probably. Oddly enough, I don't feel as annoyed hearing his name in this one, maybe because I'd like to say the word jizz. It's not helium in it. Okay, that makes sense. I wasn't sure if you could fill it with something else. Such as jizz. Nitrous oxide from a balloon, yes. Okay.
Makes sense.
Meanwhile, the jizzler was now pulling the satay. Oh, I forgot how to say this. Nasty Nate, what's up, broski? Satay. Meanwhile, the jizzler was now pulling the settee cushions off and throwing them around. Our living room had a lot of fragile things on display, and he was damaging all of it. One hard throw of a cushion caused the TV to topple to the ground and actually spark. Next, he was using his phone on the selfie stick to smash the light fixtures above his head. I was freaking out. Annalise, meanwhile, had fully disappeared. I felt a moment's anger at her. How could she leave me with this lunatic? But then she reappeared and she was holding a phone in one hand, which I could see had an active call and a kitchen knife in the other. She yelled at the jizzler to stop. He did pause, looking at her holding the knife, and then began to let out the most insane, hooting laugh. That's when I noticed that the phone he was holding didn't even seem to be switched on. This absolute maroon thought that he was live streaming his whole rampage, but he was too drunk and high to notice his battery had obviously died. Annalise told him that the cops were on their way, and that he'd better stop. Instead of stopping, Mr. Jizzy grabbed an ornament from above the fireplace. I scrambled to get out of his way and looked up at what he had. Oh no. Granddad's ashes. The jizzler had grabbed the urn with Granddad's ashes in it and was holding it recklessly in the air. I jumped to my feet and shouted the only thing I could think of. "That's my bloody Granddad!" I expected him to hurl the urn at me or something, but instead it was like this sort of snapped him out of it. It felt like I'd slapped him or thrown cold water in his face. He stared at me. Suddenly a look of stupidity and shame crossed his face. I saw him looking around the living room. A sick expression formed and he very gently, almost comically, put Granddad's urn back on the mantelpiece and then collapsed onto the living room. Shit. Settee. Settee, how do you say this? What is this word, settee? Some sort of evil UKing word. A long upholstered seat for more than one person, typically with a back and arms. Oh, it's a love seat. A settee is a love seat. Or a couch, I guess. Joel is from a physical relationship his parents had. Yeah, can you believe that? My parents had sex? Yuck. Long story short, wait, where are we at? I saw him looking around the living room. It's pronounced Tanzania. I saw him looking around the living room. Jole. Joel the Hole. Joel the Glory Joel. Do you own merch from any other content creators? I think just $1 Million Extreme stuff. Like, what do they got? I remember buying that book a long time ago. It was like the How to Bomb the U.S. Government book or whatever. That was a long time ago, though. Glory Joel. Alright, he stared at me and suddenly a look of stupidity and shame crossed. Men fall in line. Yeah. They fall in, never to be heard of again. In the Glory Joel. Sucked in like a black hole. He stared at me, suddenly looked. Okay, here we are, sorry. He stared at me, and suddenly a look of stupidity and shame crossed his face. I saw him looking around the living room. A sick expression formed, and he very gently, almost comically, put Granddad's urn back on the mantelpiece, and then collapsed onto the living room. I actually forgot how to say it. I'm an idiot. Settee. God damn it, why does that word even exist? Settee. I don't know, it's settee is like another word for a couch or love seat in the UK, so I think, what is satay? Satay is, what is that? Oh, wait. Satay consists of diced and sliced chicken, goat, mutton, beef, pork, fish, and other meats, or tofu. Bamboo skewers are often used. Probably not the same thing. Glory Joel's black hole. Glory unto Joel's black hole. Like worshipping someone's butthole. That'd be kind of funny. Alright, what am I doing? Granddad's urn, back of the okay. Tamika, what's up, dude? A sick expression formed, and he very gently almost comically, put Granddad's urn back on the mantelpiece, and then collapsed. A sick expression formed, and he very gently, almost comically, put Granddad's urn back on the mantelpiece, and then collapsed onto the living room settee until the cops arrived. Long story short, this happened a couple of months ago, and the case is still ongoing. We don't think it'll go to court. The jizzler's family are paying for the damage and trying to persuade us to drop the charges, which I guess we might. Turns out he'd gotten super drunk on his day off from college and then dropped a few pills that he'd gotten from a mate. Then he did the nitrous, and I guess it made him go temporarily insane. I do feel a tiny bit bad for this stupid kid. He's not going to be able to complete his A-levels, and he's kind of tanked his life a bit, but I can never forgive him for terrorizing me and almost smashing my beloved Granddad's ashes. Oh, there's another story after this. It wasn't even the last one. Goddamn jizzler. Snuck up on me. Still streaming, yeah. 4.5 hours. It's going to turn into a 5-hour stream. This is going to turn into a 5-hour stream. He's not going to be able to complete his A-levels, and he's kind of tanked his life a bit, but I can never forgive him for terrorizing me and almost smashing my beloved Granddad's ashes. Mwahaha. Justin put that last story in there. Justin, are you actually 5'4"? You don't have to tell me, but I'm just trying to get like a gauge of like in the realm, because you said you do acting. I'm just trying to gauge, like, in the realm of acting, would, like, 5'4" be beneficial? Because I'm 4'4", and I figured maybe they can just kind of, like, do certain camera angles, like the way they filmed The Hobbit or something like that. Oh, 5'11". Okay, that's kind of like the perfect height, I think.
Not too tall, not too big. Probably the most perfect 5 related inch height you can imagine.
How tall is Tom Cruise? He's 5'7", which I think he just has good proportions. You know what I mean? You can never really tell that he's kind of compact.
Probably the smallest little munchkin I'd ever seen on a movie set.
Taller than Tom Cruise? That's cool. Do you think you could beat him up? Am I really 4'4"? Yeah. Yeah. Do you have an issue with that? Do you have, little phobia? Do you have tiny guy phobia? Are you a racist against midges? Considering the Family Guy episode made me think he is much smaller. I'm not just... No, I'm just kidding. I'm not just a short king. I'm a short king of the dwarves. I don't sound 4'4". Well, the Lord has not blessed me with incredible height, but He's given me this voice of an angel. And the nice thing, too, being 4'4" is, as an angel, you can sit on people's chests, kind of like a,
like a sleep paralysis demon.
Damn. No, I'm just kidding. I'm 5'10" and a half. I'm almost as tall as Justin, which means, unfortunately, we can't fight because we're not within the same height class. Roki with another 50. No one tells my therapist I've been doing this. If you do, I'll take half your left kidney. Only half, though. I'm not that mean. That includes you, Joel. The jizzler may come to say hi to you if you do. It's just like you wake up. It's like the tooth fairy comes and takes, like, your teeth or whatever, but the jizzler comes and, like, takes one of your cum socks.
It's like, yes, this one's been sitting under your bed for quite some time. I'll be taking that.
Not my beloved sock. Imagine trying to put on like a really old cum sock, and then it just like you could see like an anime where you like it pulls it up real quick, and it's just like and like all the little shards of jizz like shatter in slow motion in different directions. We will make it work. I'm 6 foot, but when I had to go to the hospital years ago, they measured me at 5'10". I'm not the kind of guy to get into height wars. There were and are plenty of great short men throughout history. That's true, such as the creator of Hollywood. Do you know his name? So I saw you were looking for some home invasion stories, and I thought, well, damn. I don't have any home invasion stories per se because I'm homeless. Or I guess they call it unhoused these days because sure, that's the kind of thing people like me worry about, nomenclature and word use. Now anyways, I'm being a bit flippant. I do get it. It's why I realized that I do have a home invasion story, even though, you see, I live in my car. And to me, that car is home. I've lived this kind of nomadic lifestyle for quite a few years, thanks to a combination of being down on my luck and also wanting to kind of stay off grid. I'm doing okay these days, so you and your listeners don't need to worry about me, and I love having Let's Read by my side in the cold or, right now, extremely hot nights while I camp out in my car. And when this happened, I had a different car with a nice back seat. This occurred in the winter of 2018, and it was a bitter one. I was parked in a lot in the middle of nowhere, bundled up in my sleeping bags in the back of the '87 Ford Fiesta I called home. I was dead to the world, completely asleep. I woke up to the sound and sensation of my world being shifted, though. Quite literally, in fact. My car was moving. What the hell, I thought. The sleep cleared from my head, and from under the sleeping bag, I heard two young-sounding voices. They were talking about taking the car for a joyride and having some fun in the fields. Apparently, they scored big by finding this abandoned car all by its... Abandoned car. Homie invasion. That's whenever you show up to your buddy's house, uninvited. The homie invasion. And then you pull down his pants. I actually don't remember if I was recording any of that last part. Joel kissed me once. By kissed, I mean asked me to leave his property. And by once, I mean he has the right to. Pew pew on sight. I'm new to English. I grew up in New Jersey. It's kind of weird, though. Like in Pennsylvania, it's, what is the law? It's like you have to match force or whatever. So, like, shooting someone, though it can still happen, it almost encourages, it's like a weird law where it's like lawyers, I've heard this, and this isn't legal advice. In fact, I don't even know if it's true. In fact, it was told to me by an angel, so it's completely made up. But hypothetically, we're in a world such as Minecraft, and it's also a Minecraft Pennsylvania. Apparently in Minecraft Pennsylvania, they tell you that you're supposed to just like shoot the person to death in Minecraft. Just kidding. No, but like they were saying, like it's almost like better that the person doesn't survive so they can't testify against you that you used unnecessary force or something like that. You know what the fuck am I talking about? Let's just look it up. Guys, I apologize for even bringing that up. I'm not legal eagle by any means. This is all being recorded. What's the laws for fighting back against someone who breaks into your home and he's a fed? Get on the fucking floor! Inside your home, castle doctrine, no duty to retreat if someone forcibly and unlawfully enters your home, including... Okay, this is from ChatGPT. Stand your ground laws, castle doctrine. I do live in a castle, thankfully, so this should apply. Including attached porch, garage, vehicle, or workplace. You don't have to retreat before using force up to and including deadly force if you reasonably believe it's necessary to stop the invasion and protect yourself of others. Oh, okay. Unlawful entry only. The intruder must be entering unlawfully. Legitimate occupants, like invited guests or police with a warrant, are not covered. Imminent threat required. Deadly force is justified when you reasonably believe the intruder intends murder, rape, kidnapping, or serious bodily harm, or is committing burglary. In public or outside, stand your ground. If you are lawfully present in a public space, you have no duty to retreat before using force to defend yourself from imminent unlawful force. Must be reasonable belief you're facing serious bodily harm or death. Yeah, but what is it, like to use a firearm? Proportionally force, okay, limits and responsibilities. Proportionally force used must be proportional to the threat. Using deadly force for minor threat. Dude, none of this makes any fucking sense, because it's like just like saying a bunch of like random shit. So like what? Sometimes it's castle doctrine, sometimes it's... But like, is it with a... I don't fucking understand. Bottom line, Pennsylvania law strongly protects your rights to defend yourself in your home. You don't have to retreat, and deadly force is permitted on your own dwelling if a violent, unlawful entry threatens death or serious bodily harm. but force must be proportionate and only used in response to a legitimate threat. If you face a specific situation or have concerns, consider consulting. So if someone breaks into your home with a knife, you can't use a gun? Question mark. In Pennsylvania, yes, you absolutely can shoot them in the head and blow their fucking head off. You would likely be justified under the law. Here's why. Castle Doctrine, Pennsylvania. Okay. Castle Doctrine allows you to use deadly force like using a gun without any duty to retreat when someone unlawfully and forcibly enters your home and you reasonably believe that they are there to cause death, seriously bodily injury, kidnapping, or raping your butthole. So in that scenario, if you're an intruder with a knife breaks in your home, you do not have to wait to be attacked. You do not have to retreat. You may legally use your firearm. Dude, I need to get some fucking like Sam Fisher goggles and like hang from the rafters and shit so I can like drop down on this motherfucker, because I know it's gonna happen. What about landmines for self-defense? What if they put me in a self-defense situation? Landmines or booby traps for self-defense are completely illegal. Alright, damn it. What if it's kind of funny, like Home Alone type sitch? Jade Uloth, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Even if it's meant to be clever or non-lethal, paint cans, marbles, heated doorknobs, booby-trapping your house, even in a comedic way, can get you sued or arrested in real life. Fuck, dude. So honestly, if we think about it, Macaulay Culkin should have went to jail after that first movie. Yeah, Kevin McAllister committed a major felony. What's up, Max? Concealed carry class says, leave one side of the story and you felt like your life is endangered, your lawyer will be happy. Right. I remember like learning, like you go to the gun stores and stuff and they're like, yeah, you're not going to want a laser sight. And they're like, why is that? And they're like, well, if you have time to activate your laser sight prior to like defending yourself and the person survives in like whatever self-defense situation you're in, that the laser sight can be used as like a sort of, so you had time to turn that on and premeditatively, you know, decide to end someone's life, and that can just like be used against you or whatever. So I don't know. I think it's important everyone should like learn the law, but also like learn gun safety and all that kind of stuff, so you're not, and you don't end up shooting your fucking balls off in your holster. Max, what are you doing, bro? What's the good news? It's 2:30 in the morning here, and we're reading about Castle Doctrine. Only unfortunate part is you have to build a moat around your castle. Do you go on Nextdoor Neighborhood Network? I don't think I've heard of that, honestly. Grenade launchers are technically legal if you have the correct paperwork from the ATF. You can 100% legally own an under-barrel grenade launcher for your rifle with the right paperwork. Interesting. Where were we here? Oh yeah. They're talking about taking the car for a joyride and having some quote-unquote fun in the fields. Apparently they'd scored a big fine. You open carry your 1911 every day. Yeah, I kind of like, honestly, to me, I am much more of an open, like a constitutional carry, open carry kind of guy, because how much does that speak, like, how much does that speak volumes to anybody that wants to legitimately do something stupid? You want to go rob a fucking convenience store, you want to like just do something dumb, right? And if you see there's people around there with literal, like a cop, it's like seeing a cop, right? America laws are crazy. Well, listen, it's all like these laws basically cut out the middleman of like having to call the police. Say you're in Birmingham in the UK and some not so good person comes up to you and threatens you with a knife. Now technically in Birmingham, knives are supposedly fucking illegal, you know what I mean? But wouldn't it make more sense if you had an ability to defend yourself with something of equal force, as opposed to this idea that you have to like know fucking like John Wick level of jujitsu moves, or there's not going to be any fucking time to call the cops, right? You know what I mean? So it's just like, if people were going to act like it's the Wild West, which, you know, bad take on subscribing. I mean, I don't even know if I said anything bad there, honestly. I mean, I don't even feel like anything I'm saying is even really controversial per se. Like the idea of, because the idea is that you as the person that's open carrying is not going to hurt anybody. Like, you are the person that's both protecting you and the people around you. You know what I mean? So it's just like this idea that the person with open carry is just going to start dual wield shooting, you know what I mean? That's an illogical perspective to take, because you know, it's, if all guns are illegal, chances are you won't need to defend yourself. Gun laws keep guns out of the wrong hands. Well, I mean, there are many cities around the United States in which gun laws are not the same as the state that they exist in, right? So, touched by an angel, #bless. Right, so it's like you go into these cities and there's you know, all sorts of like strict gun laws that are supposedly, you know, supposed to protect people or mitigate the, you know, transaction or the buying of like, you know, illegal weaponry, but it doesn't stop anything. Like, it legitimately doesn't stop anything. So it's like you end up having these law-abiding citizens essentially at the whim of, say, a gang member or some type of just like, you know, do-badder, and no way for them to defend themselves with an equal amount of force. And it's just like, well, that's no good. You know, I wouldn't want to find myself in a situation where I actually had to know how to like disarm someone or fucking, you know what I mean? And so that would be the, you know, the only counterpoint I would make to that is like, I understand where you're coming from, where you think like statistically you're not going to find yourself in a situation where someone who's not supposed to have a gun just doesn't have a gun. Like, sometimes crazy people find a way to get fucking guns, you know what I mean? And that the transaction of those like firearms still is very, very prevalent, especially in gang territories. You know, it's not like they're going out and getting their concealed carry or any fucking thing. Read your comment above. Sure thing. Thank you again, Justin, for the... I don't even know where your comment is, dude. I'm sorry. Can you repeat? Can you copy paste it? Good old bow and arrow. Yeah, good luck with that. Good night, Joel. I better hit the sheets. Gotta work. Hope you get live tomorrow. Hey, yeah, Nate, every Sunday and Wednesday night is live streams, so we need more guns for protection against alien invasion. I mean, you never know, dude. I mean, better to be prepared, safe than sorry. This idea that like somehow the state is going to protect you, but I mean, they physically, literally can't teleport to your location when you're being held at gunpoint for whatever particular reason, whether it's a robbery, whether it's a sex crime against you, whether it's, you know, literally just to kill you, you know what I mean? Like, would you not rather be prepared to fight back against that which is being, you know, wrought against you? But a law-abiding person is the only law-abiding person until they aren't. Away is Elvis. Yeah, I don't know. And it's weird. It's honestly strange, like, because I don't even understand, like, the idea, like, because, I mean, by making guns inaccessible in certain regions, it doesn't necessarily mitigate. I mean, you know, you're still going to have, like, background checks and all that kind of stuff, but it just seems strange. Like, you're really just hurting the populace a lot of the times by, like, holding them back from them. You know, if there's a bunch of samurai out there and like you're not allowed to at least carry your samurai sword, like, would you want to go to, I don't know. If you can't defend yourself without a gun, you can't adequately defend yourself with one, in my opinion. Yeah, but I mean, if the other guy has a gun, right? Like, what's your approach there? You know what I mean? Like, are you going, like, Are you genuinely saying to the population that you expect them to know some John Wick fucking shit to, one, close the distance, two, disarm the dude? Like, that's just so wildly alert. You're comparing samurai swords to guns. No, you're not even listening to me. I'm comparing like a time period in which like samurais and individuals who are committing crimes or highwaymen, you know what I mean, that might fucking rob you on the way. Like, would you rather be unarmed? Or yeah, what if you're disabled? You know what I mean? What if you're a disabled person and you have no way to like go up and, you know, it's just like, I don't know why this is even like upsetting. Like, I'm literally saying you guys deserve the right to defend yourself. You know, I'm saying I'm looking out for you in this situation. I'm not saying, and I guess maybe you're interpreting this that like you guys being armed and knowing how to defend yourself is somehow like, I just don't know where the logic is going that somehow someone innocent is going to get hurt by the law-abiding citizens defending themselves. Like, I just don't really understand where you're getting at. Winston with the 10 says, not to get political, but most countries in the first or close to first developing world allow good levels of gun ownership, including for self-defense. The world doesn't revolve around the UK-style politics. I agree, yeah. But a lot of them kind of just assume that, like, you know, that's going to be some, like, utopia or whatever if it goes to, like, UK politics. But you see examples. I mean, I just don't really know why, like, them having the ability to defend themselves against things such as knife attacks or whatever, like, I don't know. It just seems strange. Aaron with the 2 says, Joel rants familiar with Joel. I'm not even ranting. I'm just saying, like, I like, if I'm out in a situation in which, like, it's an area that's known to people to get robbed or stabbed or raped or whatever, like, if I'm going to fucking, you know, Fallout New Vegas City, or I'm going into, like, you know, Liberty City or fucking San Andreas, like, I would rather at least know that I have the ability in a dire situation to defend myself. Like, that's just, like, logic, is it not? We all have the right to live and defend ourselves. Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to appeal to the Bible in that situation. You just, like, need to know that rock, paper, scissors, my brother. Deborah Wickline, thank you and welcome to the Buttersock Cult. I understand the logic behind everyone needing a gun to defend themselves, but it's also reinforced the idea that the community is inherently dangerous. We choose to subscribe to that reality or not. Well, I mean, yeah, so I guess you're saying, like, how do you make the community safer? Right, so I mean, like, a lot, you know, then it comes down to the context. You have to have context exactly what is making your community unsafe. And I guess that, you know, if you were to apply that to, like, the inner cities where there are, like, strict gun laws and, like, what exactly is making it unsafe in certain areas, that's a great question. That's something that's worth digging into. A lot of it probably comes down to drug trade and territorial wars related to the drug trade, right? You know, so if the only way to make any fucking money in these, like, underdeveloped communities that don't get a lot of investments or whatever, or, you know, people don't invest in, which is up to them. I mean, honestly, once an area has, like, a lot of crime, you can't really expect, like, banks to invest in a new grocery store or a new whatever the fuck, because they're fearful of whatever might occur. Then you might see an influx of, I guess, drugs for various purposes, and then people want to sell those drugs because they make the most money, and then people get territorial because you're coming up into my area selling drugs. This is my area where I sell, you know what I mean? So it's just like sort of ends up becoming like almost like an economic argument that ends up leading to violence and all that kind of stuff. And it doesn't mean that those, like, gun laws don't still exist. In the same way that there's illegal drugs coming in, there's also illegal firearms coming in. So at the end of the day, you don't want to exist in a location like that, probably at all anyways, but at least know that if you're going through there, you can, I don't know, at least mitigate an attack. You never went to Liberty City. There's still time. There's still time. Poverty directly relates to crime. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if it's going to bring about I guess, the less scrupulous or less enjoyable forms of making money, such as selling narcotics and various other forms of trying to make money, then it's going, it's always going to result in some type of crime. Is the story over? No, we got a little more. I don't even know how we got on this stuff. If those drugs were decriminalized, there would be a less reason for violence. That's a good point. That's honestly a good point, because I used to have like thoughts when I was a little kid where like they would talk about like, somebody shows them like, you got the money. Hey man, you got the money. And then they pull out like the, big suitcase full of like dollary-doos or gold, shiny gold and whatnot. And then they bring out the, narcotic, the illegal item or whatever it is, and then it's like fucking balloon animals or toys or, squirt guns and stuff. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you really could probably create a degree of violence by just illegalizing everything, Because at the end of the day, people have to like make a choice on whether they want to do the said illegal thing, I just realized that I've never seen an Asian person on my 600-pound. What about the sumo wrestlers? Do they go on 600-pound life? In any case, if you want to protect yourself, family, that should be your choice, just like it should be our choice to protect ours, how we see it. Yeah, I'm not even really sure what the counter argument necessarily is, and the fact of like enabling a law-abiding citizen to protect themselves. Like, what's even contentious about that perspective? Like, why does that elicit any sort of negative response? I'm not really sure. Plus, guns are just so cowardly. Use your fists if you want to have the balls to. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, but at the same time, like a criminal wants to have a monopoly over power. They want to know that when they go into a situation, they will win. It's like war in most people's minds, In Japanese culture, at least, it's not disrespectful to take up so much space like that. It's unbalanced. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, you eat too much. Road rage situation can be just as dangerous with the tire iron and knife involved. Anybody can hurt you at any time. Be cautious, be prepared. Right. Yeah, and you see some of that. The road rage stuff is crazy. Some of those videos, like people pulling out firearms just because they get pulled over. Not pulled over, but like, And obviously, that's not always the case, but yeah. Just protect yourself out there. Or about the escalation of something that could have been a verbal argument or a fist fight. Yeah, I think that's something to worry about. You would hope that more sound minds would prevail. But at the same time, these hypothetical scenarios where you worry that something could get to a point doesn't mean that you should mitigate the constitutional right of an individual to protect themselves, because you have to be under the assumption that they aren't going to become one of those statistical anomalies where they're insane and they shoot someone over an argument or whatever. And if they really did intend on killing someone in such a psychotic manner, a crime of passion of sorts, they probably would find a way to do it with a fucking knife or their fists either way, you know what I mean? Yeah, everybody should try Road Joy, where you get so happy about driving on the road, you just get a big old boner. A person doesn't have to be insane to shoot someone when they're angry. Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement. Once again, I just don't think like a hypothetical scenario where someone is angry and has a gun is cause enough in a hypothetical scenario to once again mitigate anybody's constitutional rights to defend themselves halfway across the country in a different situation. You know what I mean? Like, those kind of appeal to like some sort of moral hypothetical just doesn't really make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? And it's not, I don't know. It is weird though, because I feel like there was like aspects, I don't know if it's in Pennsylvania, can you not have certain firearms if you have a medical marijuana license in PA? I remember hearing something like that where it was like, if you had a medical marijuana license in Pennsylvania, you like could, yes, under federal law, possessing a firearm while using marijuana, even medicinally, is illegal, even if you have a valid Pennsylvania medical. See, that's insane to me. Like, but an alcoholic, you know what I mean, every night drinks, which can actually put you in a situation of being like violently insane. Somehow that person can have like a firearm or whatever. But then someone who gets like, you know, medical marijuana to like chill out or whatever. So 18 U.S.C. 922 G3 prohibits any person who is an unlawful user of or addicted to a controlled substance, including marijuana, which remains a Schedule 1 drug federally, from possessing firearms. When you attempt to buy a gun, you must fill out an ATF form 4473. It asks if you are an unlawful drug user. If you admit to using marijuana, you're... unlawful? In high school, I remember watching this silly video that was a tongue-in-cheek history of gun laws in the U.S. and basically just summed up that it feeds the American culture of fear. What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I know it's controversial, but I think you should have to pass a test or something, like an assessment, to be able to reproduce and then carry for... okay, so you here in Pennsylvania, at least, and I feel like obviously it would depend state to state or whatever, but I genuinely do feel that if you get a firearm, whether it's concealed, open, or just purchase a firearm in general, you should be forced to take a specific class on whether that's a pistol, you know, a handgun, a long rifle, a shotgun, you know what I mean? Like, I just think that there should be some degree of safety courses and different, and maybe someone would argue that would be unconstitutional, which I guess you could make that argument, but I you know, and a lot of the times it's like guns are so part of like people's culture as far as like hunting or just going out and shooting or whatever. Once again, you know, a lot of people in different countries think that's like barbaric, but it's not like we're going out and shooting people. It's just like people go hunting, people, you know, go out and like just plink some fucking targets or shoot skeet into the air, their jizz. It's just like part of the thing. So like usually the family members or people you know teach you how to properly utilize said firearm and all that kind of stuff for safety. Wish I could find the video. It was interesting, but basically it was like people pumped guns into the world of Americans and didn't touch on the why pumped guns into the world of Americans and didn't touch on the why constitutional passion, but it as attacks on the constitutional right. Well, yeah, that would be a good argument, I think. I mean, honestly, you have to revert back to what does the paper say, and hence why, you know, in the UK they don't have a constitution, sadly, so they don't have the Second Amendment, they don't have free speech, and it's kind of not great. Our cities can be ran much better than they are, is all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I would like to imagine that there would be a way to get to the bottom of like why these low-income places have such a sort of territorial gang drug warfare sort of culture associated with it, you know what I mean? And how can you mitigate that? Like, would it require investment externally? Would it like, how do you shift the culture? Like, and it worries me because like there are a lot of like social cultural aspects of it as well, like almost like encourage that. I'm not a big fan of that, you know what I mean? Just focus on the result, which was a community that lives not trusting each other and being on guard all the time. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, but I mean, I guess that the question, I don't think the distrust that people have within their community is the fact that the individuals might know they have a firearm or something like that. I think the distrust originates from a myriad of other reasons, you know, because each community that would have firearms, you know, probably, you know, like I know neighbors and I trust them, and them having firearms doesn't fill me with like a degree of fear. I think the fear that people might feel is if, once again, the examples of going to the inner city is like just a culture of like, could someone rob me? Could someone, you know, could I get shot in like a drug deal gone wrong? Could I, you know, all sorts of like problems that are unfortunately things that people suffer through and create that level of distrust. And yeah, that's true. Cultural differences between people too. Not trading security for my rights. London is covered with cameras and surveillance. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I don't know. Hopefully you get to go there one day. People are different now. When I went to high school, we didn't have shooting drills because we didn't need them. Something needs to be done. Probably mental health related, but take the money. Yeah, you know, it's like, obviously it's like enhanced security in schools. It's something that's a sad reality to contemplate, because that is an issue, you know, in the sense of school shootings, all that kind of stuff. I mean, enhancing security within schools, whether it's the metal detectors, whether it's, you know, trained staff with the use of other firearms to deter, that kind of thing. Like, I don't think just like one security guard with like, you know, a goddamn whistle is really gonna like stop anything like that. So it's all about response times and, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate reality, but I do believe that there are solutions. I don't believe people for wanting a gun if everyone else around them has one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, but like I said, like even if you were to just completely eradicate them from society, it's not like, you know, firearms can't be procured illegally, and the you know, the do-badders are going to find a way to do bad. Like, that's just literally how it will and always will be. So you might as well have the do-gooders having the availability to like most effectively defend themselves. And that's, you know, it cuts, and sometimes it just inadvertently cuts down on a lot of that crime, because I wouldn't walk up to someone with a knife and say, give me your money, if I was like under the interpretation that the majority of people around here probably are strapped, you know? The do-doer, the do-do. Yeah, I mean, I woke up to the sound and sensation of my world being shifted. Quietly, quite quietly. Quite literally, in fact. My car was moving. What the hell, I thought? The sleep cleared from my head, and from under the sleeping bag, I heard two young-sounding voices. They were talking about taking the car for a joyride and having some quote-unquote fun in the fields. Apparently, they'd scored big by finding this abandoned car all by itself in the lot. I guess I've been carjacked. Civilians don't need ARs. Yeah, the AR thing is weird because, like, a lot of those actually fall under the category of, like, a sporting rifle. But, I don't know, with the AR kind of, like, argument, it's like, then you get to the concept of, like, what do they call it? Like, basically the militiamen, you know what I mean? Like, where it's like, let's see what it says. What's the Constitution say about a prepared militia? Jules, Minutemen, you guys will be ready, I promise. Yeah, so U.S. First, Second Amendment Bill of Rights, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So if you're even like remotely a person who doesn't like the government, this is something that you should like at least consider, you know, as like beneficial, because, you know, if you can at least mitigate the concept within like a tyrannical government's mind, which honestly a lot of people like to use that narrative right now, that we exist under a tyrannical government, right? Or at some point they may have thought that or felt that. Like, there is an aspect, like, I you know, that there's a potential future in which the government will not have your best desires in mind, you know what I mean? Your freedoms in mind. And this sort of like concept of essentially being a well-regulated militia is the idea that you're mitigating that sort of authoritarianism takeover, you know what I mean? You can legally own a tank, that'd be sick. There's also a cultural aspect to the mental aspect. As people have a greater sense of entitlement, they feel they were wronged and think they are justified to shoot others. Yeah, I mean, just explaining gang culture for sure. The killdozer. We all deserve a killdozer. The government knows what water-based lube I get on Amazon. There are no secrets. None at all. An automatic lube dispenser. Right into the ass. Goon owner. A concealed carry goon. Waltzing down the street with a cannon on your shoulder. You should have it. In the future, Big Dog, the government stopped serving us after the OG Teddy R went out of office. I mean, yeah, but it's like, how much easier would it be to do less desirable things to you in a hypothetical world where you're not able to defend yourself, is what I'm saying. Like, how much further could it go? And I know that's kind of like fear-mongering, but I mean, we live in a very unfortunate world where a very thin line of order protects us from chaos. I mean, chaos is really the natural way of things if you really get down to it. I mean, every one of these fucking stories should tell you how fucking thin that line is. Like, as much as we want to think we live in some sort of like utopia and we have it figured out, it's just never going to be like that for you. And sometimes maybe you just need to be like hit with reality hard before you suddenly understand that you're like, fuck, this world isn't perfect. Chaos witch. What would you need to defend against the government, aka the military? Probably a super soaker. Well, damn. I guess I've been carjacked. Except I was still in the car, and they didn't know. So bear in mind, we were driving along at a decent speed by then, and I also had absolutely no idea who these kids were or what they might do. I decided that the only course of action I had was to hunker down, hide under the sleeping bags, and hope they got bored. I knew the area, and knew the kids around here were mostly good kids, just bored farm guys and dumb university students. I figured these guys were the former, and they had local accents. We were near super soaker full of piss. Hey, see you, Emma. Take care. Jensen, what are you doing, dude? What are you thinking about? What are you wearing? What the hell are you wearing? Just a cape. Just got done working out. Made some meal preps. Nice, dude. Are you making progress towards your goals and all that kind of stuff? What am I wearing? I just got a t-shirt and shorts, man. Keeping it simple. Keeping it comfy. I figured these guys were the former. They had local accents. We were near Weston Super. They had local accents, and from their silly conversations, they honestly didn't sound like bad kids. On the other hand, they had stolen my car and seemingly hotwired it and were taking it for a joyride, so they can't have been that nice. I knew they must have hotwired the car because I had the keys in my pocket, and I was always particular about ensuring the car was locked and the keys were on me before going to sleep. Hell, I normally didn't sleep in the back seat in case I needed to make a quick getaway, but it was so cold that Hell. What's underneath? Just bones. Big, big bags of bones. The dogs are out, and they're steaming hot. Hell, I normally didn't sleep in the back seat in case I needed to make a quick getaway, but it was so cold that I'd taken to doing it at the time. Hell, I normally didn't sleep in the back seat in case I needed to make a quick getaway, but it was so cold that I'd taken to doing it at the time. The car was bumping and flying over potholes. We were clearly in backwoods countryside now, moving away from the coast into more touristy parts of Weston. I distinctly felt it when the car turned off the country lane and into a field. We were bumping and bouncing so hard that I felt my teeth chattering together. Recounting the story now, I probably sound pretty calm, but I was completely bloody terrified at the time. The more I woke up and my mind cleared, the more I realized what deep doo-doo I was in. Bleh. Joel's grippers.
Me grippers. Father, me grippers. They've attached. They're like Spider-Man crawling up a wall.
I just put on my sticky socks to enter the psych ward. That'd be so sick if you go into a psych ward with like little grippy socks and like you can like walk up a wall upside down. Vlogs, thank you. Can we talk about how sad flat soda is? Like when you order one fresh and it's flat, it makes me want to change the world. Yeah, we need to fill the world with more CO2. The more I wake up and my mind cleared, the more I realized what deep doo-doo I was in. They could crash and kill us all, or maybe they'd turn around and realize, hey, the homeless chump who owns this car is still here and we better not leave him alive to ID us. I couldn't even see them, remember? I was hidden under sleeping bags and too afraid to peek out, but I figured that two bored kids probably hadn't taken the precaution to wear a mask. They drove around for a while and I was genuinely plotting my escape. My options were to spring up and surprise them and try to appeal to their good nature or leap out of the moving vehicle. They weren't going too fast, and it felt like we were on muddy ground, so I was honestly preparing to take my chances with a sudden exit. What I'd do when I got out of the car, I had no idea. I didn't have to work it out though, because very shortly after deciding I was going to jump, the car pulled to a sudden stop. The kids were muttering something about being bored and hope of hopes that I might... Oh my gosh. I just drank what you call a piss beer, light beer with a straw. That's the key to not losing the carbonation, and it's nice and mild. Makes total strangers sad for some reason. Just that whole sentence is really funny. Drinking piss beer with a straw and it makes everyone sad when they see it. They're like, aww. Big thunderstorm? Yeah, it's been a lot of thunderstorms. The world's probably ending. Hey Maddie, welcome back. We're on hour 5 right now of streaming. I'm doing a full fucking shift, ladies and gentlemen, of yapping. The kids were muttering something about being bored, and hope of hopes I thought I might be getting off scot-free. I even heard both of them slam the doors behind them as they left. And that's when I heard breaking glass, and then smelled the smoke. What do joyriders usually do when they're done with an abandoned car? Well, in this case, they torch it. And that's exactly what happened here. I had no idea if this is a regular occurrence in the States, but here in the UK, it was almost a rite of passage for some kids to steal a car, take it on a joyride, and then light it on fire. They'd usually target old abandoned cars or even their own if they had reached the end of its life, burning it and dumping it. Oh, look, guys. The bastion of beautiful culture of the UK. So much safer over there, everyone. Joel stays up because Sam's hilarious one-liners. Wait, who's Sam? Oh, Sam, yeah. I was like, well, I haven't seen one of her one-liners in a while. Let's get another one, Sam. Do you record clips while streaming, then go and edit after? Yeah. They'd usually target old abandoned cars or even their own if they had reached the end of its life. Burning it and dumping it is cheaper than disposing of a car officially. So the kids had thrown a makeshift Molotov cocktail through the open window, and of course, they didn't know that I was still in the car. Flames were licking up the front passenger seat already as I tore my sleeping bags off and tried to open the back door. It was locked. I fumbled with the awkward manual lock and then began to panic. I banged on the window. This got the attention of the joyriders and I finally saw them. They were gesturing to me, and it looked like they were talking frantically. For a moment I thought they'd leave me there, let the witness burn with the evidence, so to speak. Thankfully, there were better kids. Yeah, the commercially manufactured Molotovs. Where's Jeremy? I don't know, man. He needs to be awake in the middle of the night, chill-maxing. Do I do the editing myself? Yeah, it's not too hard because it's like, it's all stacked, or it's in order, so I just have to like chop it all together really fast. Basically what I do is I find where the next clip starts, and then go back within the previous clip to see where I messed up, and then I can see how to tie them together quickly. What do I use to record? So I have, you're hearing me through a Neumann TLM 103, right? Which is for streaming. And then stacked above that is an H4n Pro, which is what you hear in the videos and all that kind of stuff. But they're relatively similar as far as like sound quality, you know what I mean? I make you feel safe. I got you, dude. I'm strapped. I'll protect you from gang members. All banter, no stories. Yeah, that's what the live streams are for, you know? We get on some long rants and, you know, they stay up. They're in the streams playlist. If you ever want to go back through the old ones, you can just listen to them. Also, I want to say the streams, like I went back and I edited all my old videos so that there's not a shit ton of ads on them or whatever. But did that apply to the old live streams, or are those like randomly riddled with a bunch of like ads? I'm curious. You forgot it's recorded and archived? Yeah, it exists. Forever. Thankfully, they were better kids than you might expect. I guess in retrospect, that's why it's easy for me to say that. They ran to the car, smashed that window, and then helped me get free. What followed was a panic. This tearful plea of contrition. What the hell? They ran to the car, smashed the windows, and then helped me get free. What followed was a panicked, tearful plea of contrition as the three of us ran from the field, none of us really wanting to have to deal with the cops. The boys were from... Damn. The old live streams have a lot of ads. Damn, dude. The boys were home from uni and swore they genuinely thought the car was abandoned. They said their friend told them that it had been there for weeks, and I choose to believe them. I've never seen two kids more sick with guilt and worry, and while it caused me some short-term inconvenience, I don't regret my decision to write the car off and abandon it. The boys' families were incredible, kind and understanding, and they made sure things were and are right with me, and in them I found friends for life. It was a very happy ending to a story of extreme and... Oh my god. Holy shit, Roki, dude. How much? That's like... Guys, just appreciate how kind Roki is here with these freaking gifts, man. 50 gifters is $250. And bro is just like making it rain almost like every stream. Roki, I want you to know you don't have to do that if you don't desire. I promise I won't hold any gun to your head. Am I a fan of Mr. Nightmare? Yeah, I like Mr. Nightmare. I hope to collab with him one day. I think that'd be fun.
But thank you so much, bro. Roki.
Fuck, I should have went to bed like 2 hours ago. Don't tell his therapist. They know I'm sending this... Okay. Where am I even at? It was a very happy ending to a story of extreme irresponsibility, but at the time it was absolutely terrifying. They know I'm sending this story to you, and I think them and their family will get a kick out of it if you do actually run it. I've changed some details majorly, and it didn't really happen near Weston. We picked that location for a reason. We stay in touch to this day, and they've helped me more than I can ever express, and it's incredibly bizarre to think that I met these people by them stealing my home, and with me in it, and oh. We stay in touch to this day, and they've helped me more than I can... We stay in touch to this day, and they've helped me more than I can ever express. But it's incredibly bizarre. Why are you up right now? Why am I up? I don't even know. But it's incredibly bizarre to think that I met these people by them stealing my home with me in it and driving me almost to my doom. Oh my gourd. Oh my gourd and snored. Alright guys, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read the outro. We're gonna read the outro, and then I'm gonna gift you guys a bunch of memberships to match Roki's very generousness. Return of the Night Owl. I think it's different if it's not pay for YouTube. You always see ads on every video, depending how you might watch some video and it'll look different at different spots too. It's fact. What kind of keyboard I got? It's just like, I don't even know what it is. I think it's like a Logitech mechanical keyboard or some shit. I still want to, it's doing fine, so I haven't got another one, but I had like this one that was like kind of compact that I really liked, just because it like, I don't know, it's all just right there for you. Dark romance. Play any video games on my PC? Yeah, I play pretty much everything on the PC if I ever do play video games. But I haven't had a lot of time to play lately. I'm a bit sad. This guy with the 2, super late night with Joel Cool Cat. Thank you, dude. Good to see you. 1v1 you in Fortnite. No, thank you. I never got into Fortnite, honestly, and I've had many friends try to convince me to play. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't look, it's just not my cup of poop. Alright, so let's go into my chat here. NHL 25 COD. It's funny, those 2 games you've listed are both like my one buddy's like favorite games to play, NHL and Call of Duty, but I just, not really my vibe. You deserve a membership. You might get one in a wee bit. Alright. And so, Gifting a gifter. What kind of games do I play? I play a lot of random shooters. I mean, for years I played Overwatch, and then just like various other, like I was talking earlier, I played like Enlisted, which is a really fun game. But I play also Hearthstone Battlegrounds a lot, just because it's kind of like turn your brain off. And well, I mean, you kind of have to use your brain a little bit, but it's just kind of like moving through the motions. Hey David, thank you for the 139 California money. Take Roki up on his indecent proposal per his therapist, yeah. Me would like free membership, please. Oh wait, let's see. Is it coming your way? What is Overwatch? It's a miserable team shooter game. Don't even look at it. Don't even think about ever. But honestly, I think I'm completely free of that spell. Like, there's not a single part of me for like almost a year now that even wants to like touch Overwatch, which is really nice. So it definitely was like an addiction. What does charging your main mean? Charging your main. Charging your main. Is that related to Overwatch or? Oh yeah, Okuyasu, what do you play? I'm over Overwatch. Let's break a record. Let's make it the record Guinness. Stream for 15 hours straight. That's the record. Dude, I feel like YouTube has like banned people for doing anything that's been unsafe for their health. Because some people stream for like 72 hours trying to like stay awake. For Honor, Pokemon. Oh, I thought you were saying For Honor, Pokemon Rivals, Red Dead. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've been watching so many like little clips of just Pokemon stuff. I don't know why. It's just like so relaxing to like see. Like, I would never really be into Pokemon to the extent that I'm playing like, I don't even know, like searching for shinies and stuff. But I like people that do it. Ever play Dying Light? Yeah, Dying Light's one of my favorite games of all time. There's Dying Light The Beast is coming out, I think, in August. I'm pretty excited for that. I think. I hope I am. Just because like Dying Light 2 was kind of a disappointment, so I know that this Dying Light The Beast is on that engine, so hopefully they've made some pretty sick-ass improvements to the combat and stuff. Do I still collect Pokemon cards? I actually do, yeah. I don't do it like super often, but there was a time where I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go on eBay and buy like Charizard, you know, Blastoise, Venusaur, and I made like a little thing in my house where like all the triple evolutions are like, you know, in a display thing. And then I really like Dragonite, so I have a bunch of Dragonite cards. When you grow up in the golden age of games, everything else seems gray. Yeah, gray and gay. Alright guys, think of something funny and tell me it. Tell it to me. You're getting an SNES Classic tomorrow. That's cool. Do I like Warhammer? I do like Warhammer. I played a lot of the first-person shooter games, or like, what's the one with the rats? I played the rat one with the melee, and then I played the one after that that was like guns, but also melee. Those were fun. But I just, you know, it's kind of like you played it. Once you played it through for a while, and yeah, definitely played Little Nightmares. I got a stream, one of my second streams ever is Little Nightmares, which is funny. Yeah, Helldivers, in my opinion, Helldivers is still like one of the best games out. It's just, it's like the new content needs to come out for me to get like pulled back into it. But when they added like all the different Illuminate updates, like it was just crazy. Like when that one like plane, the Illuminate plane, like flies over you and drops all those bombs, it just like looks so sick. I don't know if you answered it, but do you know about Knife Point Horror? No, I've not heard of them. Helldiver needs better content for sure and more service, like Call of Duty. Yeah, I mean, it definitely has been, in my opinion, a really good live service game, but obviously you always want as much as you can get. And there have been a lot of updates. It's just funny, you know what I mean? Like, doing something and like just accidentally blowing up your friend, or like going to shoot and they step in front of you and you blow their head off, or just getting like a bomb going off beside you and you getting like launched and like picking yourself up. It's just fun. There's just funny moments like that like, you know, ragdoll and all that kind of stuff just makes it good. Stream Little Nightmares when it comes out, you promise, Ulu. I think I might actually stream Little Nightmares 3 on Halloween this year. Remind me about that, I'll do that. He's just a story writer I know of on Spotify. Got a similar hypnotic voice like you have. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no worries. Forrest Deal with the 2. Thank you. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, and Roki, thank you for another 10. I tried to buy another 50, but YouTube wouldn't let me. Yeah, it's all good, too. Thank you for the 10. You're capped out. You're cut off, buddy. You're cut off. So we should do a VR Phasmophobia stream in your reading voice. That'd be fun. I remember playing Phasmophobia a little bit. I don't know why I didn't get like super into it. Maybe I was too scared. I think I got kind of spookered. Beware the jizzler. Yeah. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, beware the jizzler. The tickle monster is among us. Among us. Among us. The scary part is the fun part. I played so much it didn't scare me no more. I ain't feel a single sense of scary. Faz gave me stress headache. It is stressful. Stanley Parable. Yeah, that one was fun. Those types of stories, the Stanley Parable, like same with Portal, Half-Life. I don't think it's the same writer, but there's like a certain sense of just like perfection to how the dialogue is presented, how it's written, how it flows. I don't know, like I need more games like that. I need more Valve games where the story is just so clean. Hey, what's up, Audrey? How you doing? You leg pressed a good 260 today. That's crazy. What's something I'm super nerdy about? I don't know. I'm just kind of nerdy about a bunch of random stuff. I don't really think I specialize too much in anything in particular. I mean, I know a little bit about YouTube, but not enough to ever crack 10 million views. Maybe I don't know, maybe one day. Nerdy about fitness, a little bit, you know. Yeah, Star Wars, everything. I'm kind of a jack of all trades and being slightly familiar with stuff a wee bit, you know. But never anything that's like I got my PhD in or something. I could play NBA 2K. No thanks, man. Oh shit. Well, thanks guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for sticking through the rants. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith was pretty good. I remember my buddy fell asleep in the theater when we went to see it. It's kind of funny. But yes, thank you for the kisses and love. Good night. I will see you. I'm going to get this up edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. I will then be getting this up on YouTube. Same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Remember, I'm on part of a new history podcast under the Ballin Studios called A Twist of History. There's new episodes every Wednesday. And also, if you haven't checked out my new, me new true crime channel, Saturn Soul, please do check that out as well. And then I will be back probably streaming this weekend sometime, but I'll let you know. Follow my Instagram to be kept up to date when I go live. I post on my stories when I'm going out. Woke up for the end, got to go back and listen. I'm sure it was great, Joel. Thank you, Jeremy. We were talking about this. Justin was asking where you were, so good to see you. Good to see you're doing good and haven't been kidnapped or adult napped. But yeah, love you guys. Appreciate you. I'll see you this weekend. Like I said, Instagram, and then, on my story, I'm going to start posting when I go live. So in case the notifications over here don't work, you can check them out there. Roki, thank you again, my friend, for another 10. Guys, thank Roki and whoever else might have gifted you something tonight. And if you did get gifted, there's a playlist with bonus content. You can find it. You can check out all the cool shit and binge listen. Love you. Appreciate you. We'll see you soon. God bless America.